I will take a couple of minutes to perhaps recap some highlights from yesterday's sessions. In the fireside conversation with His Excellency, Pak Nadiem Anwar Makarim, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, he spoke about unbundling the curriculum and also unbundling the dichotomy between academic and industry in favor of a hybrid model where students not only study on campuses but also outside. He also stressed that education is a leveler and should facilitate social mobility and subsequently address inequalities. He also imparted some advice to the youth, and what I clearly recall is his encouragement to take risks early and considers them as opportunities. He also stressed on the importance of developing enough self-awareness to challenge one's own opinions. Another important point is to view what we often call as disruptors as in fact emancipators. In the Forum on Sustainability and Inclusivity, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak highlighted the importance of nurturing better human beings through humanization of education and being human in our own context, as best practices could be viewed from different angles and contexts. Dr. Fakim Bang spoke about his journey to Islam and his reluctance to label himself as Muslims, in a sense due to perhaps actions and attitudes of Muslims that do not reflect the true teachings of Islam. Dr. John Yip, in discussing inclusivity and sustainability, brought examples from the financial sector and highlighted what I perhaps could term as irrational choices that we make as Homo economicus. In the session on cultural intelligence, Professor Abdul Aziz Balrod presented a framework for this dimension of intelligence, relating it to other dimensions such as spiritual and emotional intelligence. Mr. Azif Mustafa gave practical examples of how cultural intelligence or awareness could be reflected in the practices of an organization that advocates people at heart, and how in fact humanization translates also into profits. Imam Faisal Abdul Rauf, on the other hand, proposed that IIUM embark on a cultural intelligence project as he observed that the CQ or cultural quotient of Malaysians is lower than it should be, despite the fact that we are a multicultural society. This morning, we have two sessions in the form of forums. Professor Dr. Haslinda Abdullah will moderate a forum on leadership in post-pandemic, the role of women, featuring three Iron Ladies, Professor Dato Dr. Asma Ismail, Ibnu Sina Chairholder at IIUM, Professor Dato Dr. Noor Inayah Yaakob, President and Vice Chancellor of Infrastructure Universiti Kuala Lumpur, and Yang Berhormat Senator Dato Ras Adi Baratzi, Member of the Dewan Negara. And at 10:45 today, Associate Professor Dr. Jesni Shamsul Saari will moderate a forum featuring Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Muhammad Tahir Muhammad Azhar, IIUM Ombudsman, Professor Dato Dr. Rashila Ramli, Principal Fellow at the Institute of Malaysian and International Studies, IKMAS, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Dr. Haryati Shahrina Abdul Majid, former EXCO member of Mercy Malaysia, who will be discussing about leadership and Sejahtera Society. Professor Dr. Haslinda Abdullah, who will be moderating the forum on leadership in post-pandemic, the role of women, is currently a professor at the Department of Social and Development Sciences, Faculty of Human Ecology, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Her research experience covers areas such as psychology of community, well-being, mental health, youth, community at risk, including community at work and digital issues. Beyond academia, she is the president of Family Empowerment Society, or FAME, an NGO that strives to tackle societal issues as well as empower at-risk groups heads-on. Without further ado, I pass on the floor to Professor Dr. Haslinda Abdullah.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Mr. Adli, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of the attendees to this forum. As mentioned earlier, I'm Haslinda Abdullah, and I'm honored to be the moderator for our forum on leadership in post-pandemic role of women. Ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce our esteemed speakers for this forum, it would be useful for me to provide some brief context setting. The ongoing pandemic has affected our life in many aspects and to different degrees. It has also forced us to change what we consider to be normal and has forced us to accept a new normal. However, this pandemic has also given us the chance to rethink and perhaps reshape certain status quo, and the one of interest for today is leadership. Our speakers will share their insight into what role women should play in post-pandemic leadership at different levels and why women's role in leadership is important. Perhaps there is a need to review our policy with regards to work-life balance within this pandemic era. Together with me are three ladies who are leaders in their respective fields, and each of them will be given 20 minutes to inspire us with their wonders of ideas. Hence, I'm honored to introduce Professor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. Our first speaker for today is basically a woman of many firsts. Besides being the first female Vice Chancellor of Universiti Science Islam Malaysia, USIM, and University Science Malaysia, USM, she is also the country's first female Director General of Higher Education, first female President of Academy of Science Malaysia, and the first female to be chairperson of the Malaysian Qualification Agencies, MQA. Besides being the first to many things, she is also a woman of substance and the brainchild of the rapid diagnostic test of typhoid called Typhidot. I hope I mentioned it well, which was endorsed by the World Health Organization. To date, she is currently co-helming the development and implementation of the Malaysian Education Blueprint 2013-2025. She is none other than the current Ibn Sina Chair for Medicine here at IIUM. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. Tafaddal, Datuk.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And salam sejahtera and a very good morning to Professor Haslinda, our moderator. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And a very good morning also to my esteemed panelists. Glad to be on the same panel with two more powerful ladies, I'm sure. And also a very good morning to all on participants on the virtual space this morning. So let me share my slides here just to start off. Okay, what the topic that was given to all, I think we are all aware, is the leadership in post-pandemic, the role of women. And let me begin by saying that we are all living in a changing world, facing many unknowns, like the disruptive technologies brought by Industry 4.0, the accelerating pace of change due to the digital age, the global competition due to globalization, global economic crisis, and of course the pandemic due to COVID-19. But all of this basically have created a disruptive change in our lives and livelihood. And despite many changes that we see happening in the world, nothing changed very much for women, and of course for that keyword, gender equality. And to me, before we even start about leadership, let's talk about education first, right? SDG 4 is about quality education. And before we even talk about quality, education itself, to me, is a basic human right. And in Malaysia, we guarantee free education until Standard 6. And education can have basically major impact on the lives of girls, on the lives of women, boys and men, since the education, with education, they can now participate in social, economic and political life, which is basically what is needed for development of a democratic society. But unfortunately, we live in a world in which education is characterized by extensive gender inequalities. And nearly 1 billion people, 1/6 of the world's population, have little or no education, either because they have never been to school or have had less than 5 years of schooling, or they left school before acquiring key areas of knowledge and many useful skills. And of these 1 billion people, 2/3 of them are actually women and girls. And a general lack of, this is the other problem, especially also in Malaysia, a general lack of sex disaggregated data further limits effective policy decision-making on gender equality. The problem about education is not just about accessibility to education. All right, you have to actually see beyond even access, right? It's also about the completion of education and receiving quality education with knowledge and skills that will make the women a better nation builder with the capability of developing technology instead of just becoming a consumer of technology. And there's also a need for education to actually address the mismatch. Doesn't matter women or boys, as we are now in the university, the mismatch of education between what we had teaching and what the industry really wants and what employability is all about. So the other is the change in mindset, whether we can now change our own students to be a job creator instead of just a job seeker. And this means that we need to ensure an education system that allows all individuals, irrespective of gender, to actually develop their capabilities and the freedom. And this also translates to even freedom to attend school, to learn and participate there in safety and security without being bullied, right? To develop identities that respect others instead of just that word tolerate. I think we need to now go beyond tolerate and just talk about respect and understanding of the multicultural people that live, especially here in Malaysia, and to also enjoy a range of economic, political, and cultural opportunities and the valued outcomes. And education basically is crucial to change attitudes, right, into accepting gender equality as a fundamental social value. Because with education, it improves wages and jobs for women. With education, it makes women healthier because they understand what it's that to have a healthy lifestyle. Education empowers women to fight for their rights. Learning to read and write will definitely help women to access information and understand what are their rights, essentially. And education helps protect girls from harmful practices like child marriage or female genital manipulation and all that. And education actually can challenge the gender stereotypes, all right? Then we have COVID, all right? And COVID-19 basically has accelerated, the good point is accelerated digital transformation across all industries. And as a result, in the post-COVID-19 economy, almost every job will now require some level of digital skills and digital fluency. COVID-19 also has widened the digital inequality, resulting in missed opportunities among those even without internet. And in the recent decades, the educational opportunity and the general situation for young women and girls have improved in many places before COVID, right? And we have seen some increased access to schools and universities. But with the advent of COVID, all right, the pandemic is about to undo all these successes, and now pandemic becomes a major setback for female empowerment. And this is because in a crisis situation, inequalities and the threatening conditions that already exist are only made worse, right? The pandemic and the digital era that it had accelerated have also resulted in widening skill gaps, especially among women. In terms of education alone, before the pandemic, 130 million girls were not in school. But due to the coronavirus, now 767 million are now affected. So what happens? When they don't go to school, they spend more time at home. And many now work and do a lot more unpaid domestic and care work, and therefore have more difficulty to access to education. And this also may put them at a higher risk of being there at home and with domestic violence and abuse. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have been discussing this for a long time. I think this is time for change. We need leadership that understand the needs of the interplay between SDG 5 on gender equality and SDG 4 on quality education. And to do this, we need a whole government approach. It's not about one ministry trying to do their best, but to change the entire ecosystem, you do need a whole government approach. And to turn around the questions on gender equality, not to have piecemeal efforts as we have seen done by individual ministries. And COVID also brought the global test for leadership. The coronavirus pandemic has placed extraordinary demands on leaders in business and beyond. People are in fear of the death toll that is now taken by COVID and the massive scale of outbreak and its sheer unpredictability, because you really don't know what's going on, make it challenging for leaders to actually respond. And during the pandemic, leaders of the world have been tested via, this time around, real-time leadership actions and communication by a very impatient global audience, especially when you have to shut down you have to shut down the country when there's a lockdown on business. There's a lot of people who are very impatient about when can this country open up. So leaders today must learn essentially with this COVID to lock down and reopen countries while walking on a thin ice to actually balance. Are they going to take care of the health? And also, are they going to take care of the economy of the country? So COVID-19, as I said, is an unprecedented crisis that renders experience and expertise irrelevant. This is the time you say, oh, back then when I was doing this is what actually worked. Well, it doesn't really work now with COVID. With COVID, what now moves you is your character. And during a crisis, which is ruled by unfamiliarity and uncertainty, effective responses are actually improvised by trial and error. So you have to act fast. This is the thing, right? You have to act fast, agile response, and you can't even afford to wait to get full data before you can act, because the COVID will just spread very fast. So you have to act on information obtained and monitor what are the responses attained, and then make the certain changes that needs to be there. So, but whatever the future brings, one thing is certain: those who are in charge will be judged on how they manage this particular crisis. So what kind of leadership is now required post-COVID-19? We want leaders who can pivot and learn new skills. They have to be agile, flexible, adaptable, right? And leaders who can empower others and allow people to grow. Leaders who emphasize on employee development even when times are tough, right? And leaders who display honesty, integrity, trustworthiness, because whenever you have COVID, you have to make announcement, you have to tell people the truth, and you have to now make sure that people are calm at the same time while you're telling the truth, right? So then you have to demonstrate empathy by placing people as priority rather than economy as priority. Then there is a need for you to be sensitive and understanding of the stress, the anxiety, and the frustration that people will now face, especially people from different cultures. If you're dealing with COVID, especially in Malaysia, with multicultural there in the country, and with multicultural background, there is now the need for you as a leader to have high emotional quotient and high cultural intelligence. Then you got to be a team player and emphasize on collaboration and the sharing of information, because that's what you need in order to act fast. So all these traits essentially that I'm talking about, you know, is often displayed by women. And if we talk about leadership, being a leader has a gender attached to it. You can be a male or female leader. But if you talk about leadership, it should be gender neutral or genderless. And leadership basically is the ability to lead, to motivate, inspire people to produce results. And the ability of that leader to basically articulate clearly, being charismatic. Articulate clearly is very important, because the way you want to move, the direction you want to move, all that must be done clearly. And also being charismatic is important for people to understand where you want to lead them, and of course to share your vision. Now, even though all of us are individual leaders or Khalifah in our own micro environment, among us there are leader of leaders who have high EQ and of course high cultural intelligence. And leaders with high cultural intelligence are basically attuned to values, to beliefs and styles of communication of people from different cultures, right? And using this knowledge will help them relate to others with empathy and with understanding. And these are individuals, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to nurture to become a team leader and eventually an organizational or university leader. And by the way society has decided what comprises leadership is very much gendered. Common gender stereotypes, right? Men take charge, women take care, all right? And there's some thinking a woman's place is at home, therefore her job is to marry and raise the children. Alternatively, there's also the saying, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world, all right? So imagine if that hand that rocks the cradle is a scientist or an educated mother, then she has the power to actually educate the future generation to change the world and make a positive difference. But if she herself has not been getting the kind of education, then we have a problem. Therefore, that's why I said before we even talk about leadership, before you even talk about being a Khalifa, education is very important for women to have. And if we look at what are the leadership qualities among women, all right, they are great at building relationship. They have these 4 E's. They like to engage, they like to enhance, enable, and empower, and provide unique set of skills, ideas, and life experiences, all right? And empowering others, that's very important. And that is something that women usually have to do this. And they are sensitive, usually tuned to people's needs, all right? So, and that actually has high EQ and of course, cultural intelligence. And they also demonstrate empathy. So in times of crisis, we deal with human tragedy as a first priority, and women are more aware of the fears of people when they face the fears that people face when they are in a crisis, and the need for survival and family well-being will obviously kick in, because as a mother, this is something that is au natural for women. And it's used to, of course, balance. Women are very used to balance large numbers of responsibility, because that is why we have this work-life balance that we face every day. One is at work, the other one is at home. And women leaders usually place greater importance on interpersonal skill, and they usually inspires and motivates, and they communicate powerfully. They believe in collaboration and teamwork, relationship building, all of which women will be rated quite high. And even United Nations has said that the leadership style of women leaders in COVID-19 response have been described as more collective rather than individual, more collaborative than competitive, and more coaching than commanding. So women as leaders are now seen as transformational, rational, and collaborative leadership. And this essentially is a values-based leadership and the kind of leadership needed during COVID and of course post-COVID. And studies have also shown that women leaders around the world have had considerably more success in slowing the spread of COVID-19 pandemic and its general outcomes. And countries that are leading in terms of death per capita still remain very alpha male-led countries like US, United Kingdom, India, Russia, Brazil, right? And the stories that you see between countries that are successful in controlling COVID and countries that are not so successful is all about leadership styles that usually are associated with women. Like for New Zealand, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, right, was able to officially declare the country COVID-free. And this is one of the first countries in the world to do so after the Prime Minister took the drastic step of shutting down the country entirely because she emphasized on people safety. Chancellor Angela Merkel of Germany, when the Europe was struggling to contain the crisis, she basically again was successful in slowing the spread of the virus and was able to reopen the country's economy earlier than other European countries. Of course, Angela Merkel is a scientist, and she basically finds solutions that are guided by science and by data. So both women showed empathy by placing people first over economy, while most other countries will place economy first. And that's the difference that you see among the lessons learned by COVID pandemic. So we ask the question, women as leaders, are we there yet? Well, if you look at the world data on women leadership, we find that the nations with females as heads of states only about 38%, professional jobs held by women 52%, executive officers 14, top earners 8.1, and the Fortune 500 CEOs is 4.6. As women researchers in the world, we're only 32%, and of course, winning the Nobel Prize, we have only 3. So basically, if we estimate gender parity, that means 30% successful gender parity, bukan gender equality lagi, gender parity saja, we probably can achieve this by 2085, all right? So, but if you come now to women in Malaysia, of course, this is what this is all about. With a population of 32.7 million, the males about 51.5, females about 48.5. So not yet 50-50. Labor force is about 15.7 million. And one of the greatest changes in Malaysia in recent years is the increase of women now in the labor market. In 2007, the women's labor force participate rate was at 46.4, but in 2019, this has now increased to 55.6%. So Malaysia sets the target and policies of minimum percentage of 30% gender parity for women's involvement in decision-making level in the public and corporate sector. And women in Malaysia, basically, especially in the public sector, attain the job due to merit and not simply by filling in the quota. So if you look at the women, have we achieved the 30%? In the government sector, 30% are now involved in decision making. But in the private sector, we are still lagging at 27% who are board of directors, members of board of directors in public companies. If we look at enrollment by gender in tertiary education, we find that in the public, this is the latest information from 2020 MOE. MOE was, well, now is MOHE now. Basically, in the public universities, we have 61% of female now being enrolled with 38.9 male. In the private universities, we also have a higher number of girls compared to boys. And we find that there is a greater female enrollment in public and private universities as compared to the male. And even in the STEM related fields, the number of female students enrolling is greater, except for engineering, manufacturing, and construction, as we see here. So there's still a need to catch up in the engineering sector, 44 versus 55%. So this indicates that women in Malaysia have a high inclination towards STEM fields with regard to their tertiary education. And the next step would be to translate their STEM knowledge into relevant professional fields. So to the point that if you look at female researchers by UNESCO data, this says that female researchers everywhere in many Asian countries are very low, but not in Malaysia. Malaysia, we have almost half of the Malaysians researchers are female. And to the point that United Nations says that Malaysia is a world leader in encouraging girls and women to participate in science. So this is where you see here a lot more women are involved in science. But my question, however, is that how many of these women are actually leaders of the science? That means, are they just simply research ROs or just workers in the lab, or are they actually the number of PI in the country? So despite all these achievements that I've shared about women, this does not translate to women leadership in higher education. You gotta ask why, all right? So, okay, we have gone beyond access. We have now have a high number of women being enrolled. But if you ask the question, how many of them are in the leadership position? This is not there yet. So we have to ask why. If we look at the number of male and female that has now entered the Malaysian public universities in terms of academics, right? We have 16,000 female, 57.9% lecturers and teachers, etc. In the public universities. This data is 2019, but only 12,000 are male. So we see a much more higher percentage of women as academics in the universities. But when it comes to promotion, 2 times more males are promoted to professors and even a smaller number to actually become TNCs and VCs. So essentially, if you look at this data, the number female is 16,000, but by the end of the day, when how many of them are professors, only 636 or 36%. If you look at the males, they are like 12,000, but essentially how many are professors? 1,128, right? Twofold, almost twofold more than women who attain to be professors. So definitely, ladies and gentlemen, there is a leaky pipeline. Lesser women get to be promoted to become professors, and somewhere along the line, they all drop off or they just give up because of the work-life balance. And if you look at the women VCs, we used to have 4 women, and now we're down to 1 in UITM. And women TNCs, we used to have 13 out of 68. Now we are down to only 4. And the numbers keep on changing as usual. So why do women hold back? Why is there a decline in leadership at decision level making, right? If we have all these great skills, I've just said to you, post-COVID, all the skills, etc., these are displayed by women. So why do we hold back? Or the next question is, why are we held back, right? So first of all, it's a fear of failure. Wrong decision, wrong words said will cost women their jobs, right? Especially with bosses that is not gender sensitive. And of course, they're worried about reputation, they're worried about their success. Basically, we do not actually value the work that women do, which if everyone started to fight over the same job, you'll find that women will face the risk of losing that over their male counterparts. This has been tested by Harvard, okay? This is not something that I want to talk about. This is something that we test in Harvard, where we remove the names. When we first put with the names, you find that a lot of the women did not get the job. When you remove the names and you just ask the panel to evaluate and tell us how many of these would now be successful, a lot more women will become successful. So this is the situation that we face. Family matters, work-life balance. This is the thorn between work and family. This is always the problem. Starting a family will make employers think, that, oh God, she just got pregnant. And therefore the woman is going to be vulnerable, inefficient, unmotivated, and above all, cannot spend enough time and concentration on her job. Then we also have this third category called inferiority complex. Some still believe that men are stronger and therefore make better leaders. They have better ideas and are more equipped to achieve success. Of course, there are people like that as well. But let me share something that many are also not nominated to be the TNC or the VCs, right? So it's something that I find personally, because when we are interviewing the potential VCs and TNCs that will now be in the pool to be nominated or selected, we find that to be a TNC or a VC, your name has got to come from the board of directors of the university. If your name is not there, then you are not even in the pool. If you're not in the pool, how can you even be selected? So this is
3 minutes, Prof. Emergency time.
Right. And work-life balance, I see that pre-COVID, there's no such thing as a perfect work-life balance. Sacrifices need to be made, obviously. But when the going gets tough in Malaysia, their job, usually women left their job at 26 and never return. But as in Japan and Korea, they leave upon marriage, but they return at 35. So my advice is to shop around before you marry so that you get a supportive husband. But during COVID, this is where you see the blurring of boundaries between spheres of work and home. And this is not just something Malaysia, this is a worldwide phenomenon where we see now increased domestic caring responsibilities taken over by women. And this has impeded work productivity, caused insecure work arrangement, reduced access to research facilities and workplace due to the lockdown. And of course, the women are burnt out and they undergo mental stress. And my last slide is to say technology is reshaping the world with work, especially with automation, artificial intelligence, and robotics, which are increasingly being integrated into the workplace. And we find that because technology is supposed to take over repetitive jobs, we find that most of the repetitive jobs are performed by women. So therefore, more women will start to lose their job unless the women begin to learn about technology and mastering that technology. And it's time therefore, to look at careers in caring and teaching that require human interaction. This cannot be replaced by machines. So women are actually ahead in this field. Is something like nursing, for example, is something you need to consider. Work from home also allows you to work without being on site, and this includes using social media to do business, etc. And the government has also allowed us to now work from home, that we can now benefit because we can learn, can train and work at a distance without having to be in the office. And in the next generation mindset, technology is of course a reflection of us. It does not want to be a divider or an equalizer. It is an enabler. So it just follows the instructions that is given to us. Therefore, it's humans that should decide how do we use this technology and not allow technology to take over us. So we need to realize that there are many things that we can do based on judgment, based on skills, flexibility, creativity, that humans do better than machines. And at the end of the day, it's about the choices that we make, because tomorrow's world is about knowledge. And even if we do not become leaders, we still need to control our destiny. Education, therefore, is the key to provide balance between knowledge and character. And let us all strive to be a better person and be able to go beyond great as an individual. So lastly, for those women who are already up there, who are leaders, please remember that success is not counted by how high you have climbed, but by how many people you brought with you, because the aim of the game is to produce more leaders, not to create more followers. So with that, thank you very much.
MashaAllah, thank you very much, Prof. Dato' Asma. You are basically explaining what is in my mind, on point. World Economic Forum state that due to pandemic, it will take 136 years to reduce the gap of gender disparity, especially on economy. And Prof. Asma has laid a very clear landscape on the current status of women, which is, sadly to say, is very sad.
Not that.
It's kind of demotivating, but motivating at the same time when listening it from you. So joining Prof. Dr. Asma today is the current President and Vice Chancellor of Infrastructure University Kuala Lumpur, or better known as IUKL. Previously, she was the Chief Executive Officer and Rector of the College Professional Baitul Mal Kuala Lumpur. During her third tenure, she led the transformation of the college, which revamped and improved the quality of education for B40 students in professional accounting and other accredited professional courses. Her work and legacy have placed the college among the top colleges in professional accounting and other accredited professional courses for B40 students. Ladies and gentlemen, our second speaker is none other than Professor Datuk Dr. Nur Inayah Yaakob. You're welcome.
Thank you, Prof. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to respected panelists, all guest speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. Well, as a second panelist to talk after Datuk Prof. Asma and before Senator Datuk is not an easy task. Yeah, Prof. But I will try to continue based on Prof. Asma, a very impactful introduction on the whole scenario on the women leadership. Can I share my slide, please, ladies and gentlemen? Prof, can you see? Prof. Linda?
It's clear. It's clear.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to talk on leadership in post-pandemic, and of course, focusing on role of women. And in order to answer, how can we ensure inclusivity as an integral part of the solution to the many challenges in the post-pandemic and ushering the communities through the crisis? But bear with me, my third slide is on this. I would like to express my, Prof. Asma, you did mention find a supportive husband. Alhamdulillah, thanks to my husband for being supportive all this while throughout my career. Well, of course, before I start my presentation, the main objective is for us as alumni of IUM, we have to create the ummah with taqwa environment. Yeah, be it leaders of women or men, the objective intention is to produce ummah with taqwa environment. And we are now through the economic empowerment by many ways of tabarru'at objective, like now people is rigorously talking about waqaf, sadaqah, and also hibah, the noble deeds without consideration. This is part and parcel of economic empowerment by way of no consideration. So this is to me a very motivational kind of initiative taken by the whole people, not only in Malaysia, but this is something to do with people now is developing their inner spirit in understanding and comprehending how to be more taqwa while time goes. Yeah. So as wama arsalnaka illa rahmatan lil alamin, Rasulullah, we have sent there as the evidence of our grace towards all the worlds, Muslim and other faith believers. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has been sent not only for Muslim but throughout the world, as an evidence of our grace. So this is to be the very fundamental and foundational, basis for us to kick off in facing the challenging world, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, on the other hand, we have a process of ijtihad where we talk too much on rules of maqasid sharia, and this is where a woman has to play the role like Aisha, where we are going to find the most suitable hukum with regards to the context of circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial means rule of waqi'. And this is how the role of women in developing the findings based on ijtihad, contemporary ijtihad, played by previous Aisha. Yeah. And lastly, while we are going to have a very so-called holistic ecosystem to process or to produce ummah with taqwa environment, we have to bear in mind that we also live within the rules and regulations as a governance, there where we have to work in team to come up with flexible policies to give more justice, because the ultimate, the most fairest governance is only coming from Quran and Sunnah. So as a man-made law, we as women play a great roles in ensuring the government to come up with stipulations that are fair enough to cover all the development by the both genders. Okay, so let me also highlight one of the striking, and to me this is really catching my eyes. For the year 2020, a lost year for many B40 students, say educator, because I have experience managing and managing and also a leader for one particular college where all the population up to nearly 4,000 were B40 students. So, well, I can tell you as the first evidence where our B40 students is actually facing great challenges in this pandemic era. So because we offer quite distinct program to B40, but they have brains actually, because some of the students have achieved good marks, even 90% for professional accounting, and they have placed themselves as a top 10 for the world ranking. But because maybe during their childhood, they have not have the opportunity to receive, tuition, to receive extra education classes in order to have a better education. Like Prof. Asma was saying, education is fundamental in order to talk about anything else. So we also have to really cannot neglect the 4IR, known as Industry 4.0 and Smart Factory, where it accentuates on the advances in technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, augmented virtual reality, big data and analytics, and Internet of Things. This is where the world that we are going to live in, where we are talking about leaderships of women. So English is paramount. The education is, of course, the fundamental, and the skills is also important and vital. But these are the fact that we have to face in years to come, regardless of pandemic era or not. So I have one data here. I mean, women have been considered as effective leaders before and during the crisis of pandemic. This is based on HBR, Harvard Business Review, where based on analysis of 360-degree feedback data between March and June, their scores were even higher during the first wave of the pandemic. Overall leadership effectiveness rating, as you can see on the screen, for men pre-pandemic 49.8, and during pandemic 51.5, and for women leaders pre-pandemic is already 53.1, and during the pandemic is 57.2, and the source is from Sanger-Folkman 2020. Then women outscored men in most leadership competencies. According to an analysis again, reviews during the pandemic, women were rated higher on most competencies. Where difference is statistically significant. Takes initiative, those are the competency. Learning agility inspires and motivates others, develop others, build relationship, displays the high integrity and honesty, communications powerful and prolifically, collaboration and teamwork, champion change, make decisions, and innovates, solve problems and analyzes issues, customer and external focus, drives for results, values diversity, establishes a stretch goals, develop strategic perspective, technical or professional expertise, and takes risks. So you can see the ratings were outscored, women outscored men in most of these leadership competencies, and this is from Harvard Business Review. So next question is, what traits in women make their role important in post-pandemic recovery and become the key to post-pandemic leadership? So I think the best to answer this is by looking at one of the, on the screen you can see here, قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. You are all leaders. So every one of you are leaders, and you will be asked to be responsible upon your leadership. So yes, it makes everyone a leader, at least a leader for him and herself. This is very important hadith. كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. So if we base on this hadith, it is very clear to us that we are all leaders, and at least we are leader for ourselves, answerable as Khalifah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I always consider this hadith as the starting point to work or to deliver myself as a ruler or leader, in any entities of organization, be it in public or in private institution. And next is وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ, Surah Al-Qalam, verse 4. The duty of a believer towards Allah's creation in fulfilling their rights can only be fulfilled when huququllah, the duty of the believer in fulfilling Allah's right, leads him towards khuluqun azim, which means an exalted standard of character. So Rasulullah SAW is the best example for us to see in order to have a more capacity building in ourselves to become a great leader, because وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ is from the surah in Surah Al-Qalam, verse 4. So وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ is showing to us Rasulullah SAW is the best example for us to learn about what are the khuluqin azim, which means an exalted standard of character. So in this, when you are a woman leader, where you lead and what you lead and how you lead matters. And if you really understand what is meant by an exalted standard of character, then I think Allah is with us. Okay. And of course, in Surah Al-Ma'idah, Surah verses 2, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ إِنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعِقَابِ. So when we take responsibility as a leader and being a woman, of course, we want to be near to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So all the initiative, all the strategic planning, all the policies that we develop is actually to be near to Allah. I mean, to have taqwa to Allah, in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and help one another in goodness is paramount, and piety. So that's why when we listen to Dato' Asma presentation just now, the promotion to the higher rank of post in university somehow being criticized and confusing somehow, because maybe because we are lacking somewhere in understanding, help one another in goodness and piety, and do not help one another in sin and aggressions, and be careful of your duty to Allah. Surely Allah is severe punishment. So this is actually again on our belief, be as a leader. This is what we should bear always in our mind and soul, to be near to Allah and fear Allah's punishment. So again, of course, being a leader, we must possess knowledge, and not only knowledge, but we must also wise. But somehow the word wisdom confusing and misapprehended, because in the Quran we can see many al-hakim wal-alim, al-alim wal-hakim used interchangeably, because to denote the sifat and attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, al-alim wal-hakim. So knowledge is information of which someone is aware. So being a leader, of course, your qualifications, your knowledge is prerequisite as a leader to lead an entity or a society. And knowledge is also used to mean confident understanding of a subject, potentially with the ability to use it for a specific purpose. But wisdom, al-hakim, is to show your ability to make correct judgments and decision. It is an intangible quality gained through our experiences in life. So that's why sometimes we see people with a high standard of qualification, but when we see how he or she manage and finding solutions and kick off the initiative somehow questionable, because ability to make a correct judgments and decision is not there yet, because the knowledge and wisdom is to be read together. We cannot say that to become a good leader is only possess a good knowledge, but also the ability. It is al-hikmah, wisdom to use or to apply the knowledge that you possess. So if I can relate to two Surah Luqman and Yasin for the understanding of the word al-hakim and al-alim. Al-hakim is in the verse 2 of Surah Luqman and Yasin. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying, Al-Kitab al-Hakim and Al-Quran al-Hakim, means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explained the attributes of Quran, which is full of wisdom and truth, as well as being perfect and flawless in terms of excluded from having any language defect, vagueness, and etc. In verse 9 and 37, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying, وَهُوَ الْعَزِيزُ الْحَكِيمُ, and Inna Allah Azizun Hakim means his attribute of all wise in creating and governing of all his creations. And of course, based on my explanations on knowledge, wisdoms, and other attributes of taqwa, and help others, and then all the attributes highlighted from the findings of Harvard Business School and review, this is again another hadith which is important. Taraktu fikum amrain lan tadillu ma tamassaktum bihima, kitab Allah wa sunnata nabiyyih. I have left two matters with you. As long as you hold through them, you will not go the wrong way. There are the book of Allah and sunnah of his prophet. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the only, to me, punchia hadis for all leaders around the world to drive and to take initiative to solve problem, especially in this pandemic era or beyond pandemic era. Taraktu fikum amrain lam tadillu ma tamassaktum bihima kitabullah wa sunnatan nabiyyih. So it's the only answer for us in order to have a very straightforward path and in order to do justice for all. I think this is only my presentation with regards to the traits of the women leaders and also how to work, not to work in silo, especially in the pandemic era. Prof. Hasina, thank you so much. And before that, I have one more slide on the impact of COVID somehow has blurred the division between our work and family lives, being a woman leaders, then shifted that we value. And it has also fundamentally reshaped our relationship with institutions, including healthcare, the government and employees. So the reality requires a new approach from leaders, especially for women leaders. So what I suggest is we must ensure that women has been given more space in decision-making processes, not only for national, but for regional and international. And the fundamental ways to do that is leaders need to work with the individual as a whole. We must be honest, empathetic, clear and simple, keep nurturing, maximize trust and minimize stress. Effective leaders don't hide bad news, which rarely stays hidden, and must focus on designing holistic policies, structures, and systems that are fluid and contextual. Value work-life balance, be the trusted source. Remember that in any communication plan, it matters less that you communicated something and more that your audience understood that. And experience goes beyond work. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Prof. Haslina, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Datuk Dr. Nur Inayah. I love it when you mention clear and simple. Women are known to be complicated. So when you mention it clear and simple, that is very precise on the character of women leadership. So you mentioned about B40, and then with this pandemic, we are having this lost generation. And basically, currently, we are struggling to realign on policies and also our behavior in dealing with this issue. And I love it when you highlight about the importance of transforming theory and experience through practical contribution, especially to our own community. And so with regards to that, I'm welcoming Senator Datuk Ras Adiba Muhammad Razi. Earlier, I introduced our first speaker as woman of many firsts, Datuk Asma. Our third speaker, on the other hand, is a woman of many talents. She is currently serving as a member of the State Council, or better known as Ahli Dewan Negara, and was also the first woman appointed as the new chairman of the Malaysian National News Agency, bernama. Besides that, she is also the president of the OKU Central Association, as well as the Malaysian Shooting Association. A fun fact, if you didn't know this already, is that our third speaker is the winner of 3 Malaysian Paralympic Games gold medals in the 10 meters shooting event. To add to that, she was once cited in the Malaysian Book of Records for pushing her wheelchair all the way from Johor Bahru, my hometown, to Putrajaya in 10 days with a distance of 490 kilometers. Masya Allah. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming this powerhouse, Senator Datuk Ras Adiba Muhammad Razi. Welcome.
Assalamualaikum, everybody, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, professors, Datuk. Wow, I began this morning listening to all of you speaking, and I'm just like in awe. And I have to say, it's a real honor to be brushing shoulders with all of you this morning. Terima kasih kerana menjemput saya. Alhamdulillah, we are able to be together today. I have to say, just now we were hearing about how women have to multitask and juggle, and yes, having a supportive husband and stuff like that. I'm actually at the hospital accompanying my husband for an operation. So I told him, I'm sorry, but I have to leave you for a while and I have to be with this bunch of amazing human beings. So thank you very much for this honor. Speaking about leadership in post-pandemic and role of us women, without the equal participation of women in decision-making at all levels, peace, development, human rights, and justice really cannot be achieved. Equal participation also ensures that women's voices and perspectives inform policies and actions. Now, to fulfill the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, including Sustainable Development Goal 5 on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, concrete actions and intensified commitments to improve women's participation and representation are needed. While women and men enter the workforce in roughly equal numbers, women fall behind in promotions from the very first step on the management ladder. And, you know, we've discussed this earlier. I've heard all of you saying it, and I have to say that there is, whether we like it or not, discrimination towards us. But I also agree that as women, we must lift each other up and not bring each other down, but rather to support each other so that we can together rise and our voices be heard. We know from our own research that the key to improving this lies with senior leaders, male and female, to ensure women are not left behind. As leaders, we all need to demonstrate this as a business priority by what we say and what we do, what we measure and how we lead. Across the hundreds of thousands of clients we work with globally, we see plenty of companies spend time planning how they will hire more diverse workers without a clear plan to develop and keep them. This is where culture and work models come in, creating an inclusive environment where everyone wants to continue working is about more than just policies and hiring practices. It's an ongoing environment where everyone brings their whole self to work each day and feels valued, feels appreciated, heard, and able to make an impact while progressing theirs and our careers. The single most powerful thing an organization can do to promote more women leaders is to create a culture of conscious inclusion, building the desire, insight, and capacity of people to make decisions, lead, think, and act with the conscious intent of including everyone, that no one is left behind, women, able, or disabled. At the dawn of the 2020s, we can't remain rooted in the past. We must hit the accelerator to build an equal and inclusive future. Our economic growth, workforce participation, and future generations depend on it, depends on us and our hands, ladies. Women are not only the hardest hit by this pandemic, they're also the backbone of recovery in communities. Putting women and girls at the center of economies will fundamentally drive better and more sustainable development outcomes for all, support a more rapid recovery, and place the world back on a footing to achieve the sustainable development goals. Women play a disproportionate role in responding to the virus, including as frontline healthcare workers and carers at home. Women's unpaid care work has increased significantly as a result of school closures and the increased needs of older people. Women are also harder hit by the economic impacts of COVID-19 as they disproportionately work in insecure labor markets. Nearly 60% of women work in the informal economy, which puts them at greater risk of falling into poverty. The pandemic has also led to a steep increase in violence against women and girls. And this, I have to say, is something which is really, really tough, especially for us women with disabilities and girls with disabilities. With lockdown measures in place, many women are trapped at home with their abusers, struggling to access services that are suffering from cuts and restrictions. Emerging data shows that since the outbreak of the pandemic, violence against women and girls, able and disabled, and particularly domestic violence, has intensified. And also, women who are right now, as we speak, a lot of us are actually also going some mental problems. They have gone down to depression and anxiety, and we really need to be there for one another. And also give credit to the women out there who are supporting the community who needs it most. Ladies and gentlemen, Every COVID-19 response plans and every recovery package and budgeting of resources needs to address the gender impacts of this pandemic. This means including women and women's organizations in COVID-19 response planning and decision-making, transforming the inequities of unpaid care work into a new inclusive rare economy that works for everyone, and designing socio-economic plans with an intentional focus on the lives and futures of women and girls. Response to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on women and girls, and to ensure that the long-term recovery benefits them, focused on 5 priorities. Gender-based violence, including domestic violence, is mitigated and reduced. Social protection and economic stimulus packages serve women and girls. People support and practice equal sharing of care work. Women and girls lead and participate in COVID-19 response planning and decision-making. Data and coordination mechanisms include gender perspectives. Distinguished guests, the COVID-19 pandemic provides an opportunity for radical positive action to redress long-standing inequalities in multiple areas of women's lives and build a more just and resilient world. As the global community continues to grapple with the recovery and simultaneously seeks to build resilience against future crises, there is a unique opportunity to develop ways to rectify structural gender inequalities and explore how women's leadership can be amplified and formally recognized both in general and in conflict situations. This includes harnessing the experiences from the pandemic itself, where innumerable women have played and continue to play key leadership roles in ushering their communities through the crisis. Now, let's discuss more on women leadership post-pandemic. Some key factors preventing women reaching decision-making positions were identified. Enterprise cultures that require anytime, anywhere availability disproportionately affect women relative to their household and family responsibilities, while policies that support inclusivity and work-life balance for both men and women, such as flexible working hours and paternity leave, needs to be improved. Another factor is the leaky pipeline, the tendency for the proportion of women to decline as the management grade rises. The glass wall describes the incidence of women managers in roles such as HR, finance, and administration, which are considered less strategic and less likely to lead to chief executive and boardroom positions. Fewer than a third of enterprises surveyed had achieved the critical mass of 1/3 of women board members. Around 1 in 8 reported they still had all male board rooms. I mean, seriously, this is 2021. This needs to change. This must change. The COVID-19 pandemic has certainly challenged the limitations of our world leaders. Both our speakers initially also mentioned a few of them. However, women such as New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and Prime Minister of Finland Sanna Marin have guided their countries in a way few of their male counterparts could. They showed resiliency, decisiveness, and empathy in their leadership, helping them to perform better during the COVID crisis. And I'm sure all of you in this session this morning agree with me that all these ladies have just made us so proud. Ladies and gentlemen, in an era of skill shortages, women represent a formidable talent pool that companies aren't making enough of. Smart companies who want to be successful in the global economy should make genuine gender diversity a key ingredient of their business strategy. Representative business organizations, employer, business membership organizations must take a lead, promoting both effective policies and genuine implementation. Women stand out in their ability to communicate, be compassionate, agile, empathize as people, and seek out compromise for the common good, all of which was made apparent throughout the pandemic. Now, as we move forward towards recovery, the same women, us, all of us, cannot be pushed to the sidelines. Our voices must be heard. We must stand together, stand upright, and lift each other up. The women leaders who rose to this occasion to lead us through the chaos of 2020 are the same one who can help us all move forward. You and I and us all, we must come together. We must make sure that our voices are heard, and we must make sure that our next generation of girls and ladies work hard and emulate and continue to where we left behind. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, terima kasih. Thank you very much for inviting me. I am so blessed and honored to be part of all of you today. And as a person with disability, I would like to say thank you to everyone, especially to everyone in UIAM for what you're doing for all of us, for my community. My love and hugs, if I can hug all of you out there. So sending you virtual hugs and telling you and wanting you to know that I appreciate each and every one of you. And I only wish the very best for all of us. Much love and Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dato', for that inspiring speech. Basically, women support women. We have to be a spider web for each other. We support each other, encourage each other. And when you mentioned about SDG 5, basically to achieve this SDG 5, I believe we need to be clear first on the concept of gender equity. Then only we will go to the right direction. And that is, the struggle that we are having currently. And Dato' has also been highlighting about the disabled, and there's a loophole in our safety net for these vulnerable groups, women, disabled, and children, basically. So, and Dato' also mentioned about empathy and resilience, which is very important, especially within this current situation. So, thank you, everyone. And I would now, this is currently we are having this Q&A session. Can I start and direct my first question to Professor Dr. Asma? All right. Dato', you mentioned about the inequality, about the disparity and whatnot. So it is no secret that we still face gender equity issues here in Malaysia, with women in the workforce not valued on par with men. And this is backed up by data where the wage rate for men being 100 ringgit, while for women is 98 ringgit and 30 cents. In your view, what can we do to empower women in any given organization, and how do we make sure women are recognized for their contribution?
Thank you very much. That's a whole mouthful of question that probably will have to turn around the entire environment in the country, right? There's only so much. I mean, I think Senator Dato' Ras Adiba, I think, first of all, thank you so much for that fantastic speech that you had given, right? It basically inspires me to say that, okay, there's a lot more that needs to be done. I can only say from the field of science and technology, where I'm coming from, you have seen that there's a lot more women involved as researchers in the country. The question is, how many of us are actually leaders? And, most of us are just, data is very important. That's why I said gender-based or sex disaggregated data is very important, because at the moment you just see, oh, there's a lot of women there, but they never spell out women as what? As leaders or as just ROs, research officers working on grants and stuff. So when you are not a leader, you are not actually directing where is the way forward to move research and development in the country. So that's another thing. And, to empower women, I have to say one thing as well. Although some of us have been given an opportunity to become leaders, when we become one, sometimes we forgot that, because we have gone through the hard way, so we forgot. And when we become leader, we behave like men. We say, okay, you know, you want to be promoted, I want to see your merit. If you don't have it, sorry, you know, you forgot that that woman, to be where that woman is today, right, has to undergo a lot of work-life balance. In R&D grants, for example, never do we have a policy that will say, okay, I will give an additional 15% marks, for women applicants, because for them to get there, to become a PI, we want to give that edge for that work-life balance that they have to go through. That policy does not exist in the country. All right. Even for any promotion or anything like that, or the ability to become fellows of some academy, even Academy of Sciences. I'm the president. I'm still trying to create a policy whereby we give an extra, like the Third World Academy actually will put that as a policy that for women applicants to come in and become fellows, they will give an extra certain percentage marks. That will give them the edge in the calculating, so that there will be more of them that can kind of come in as a fellow, because they value the work that the woman has done, knowing the work-life balance that she has gone through to come this far. And because of that, you do not see, that's why I said about the leaky pipeline, about only 36%. 16,000 comes into the universities, right, as academics. At the end of the day, only 636 make it as professor. That is the kind of data that has to be shown, and that has to happen in terms of change that needs to be there. All right, let's not talk very far lah. Let's talk about in the university. All right, do we actually, there are many deans listening here. All right, do we actually have a place for women to breastfeed? Did you actually think about that? Just for a place in the department or in the kuliah, right, for women to breastfeed, so that, when I was at USM as VC, I said, okay, there's a need to change here, because women were breastfeeding somewhere, in the surau or someplace, and, pumping breast milk. And that's why I say every department or kuliah has got to get a place for women to now pump the breast milk and have a fridge, so that there is a healthy place where they can do this. This is the kind of value that I'm talking about. Let's not talk about big deals, okay? Let's talk about small things that matters. That in itself also is not valued. So that is why I'm trying to say, in trying to move this agenda, there's a lot of things that needs to be done. And empowering leaders need to be there, because if we now begin to empower and we do not see gender as a problem, we allow for feedbacks to happen, and we can now choose who will be the next leader. That will now come, because there is now confidence for people that you have these shared values that you continue to impress upon them, and you have the people to come in. So, but it's not easy, okay? I even look at the SDG for quality education and gender equality. Just to make sure that happens, you have to turn around all the policies in the country to actually move from primary, tertiary, all the way to the university. Okay, so that's why I said, I think Senator, you being there, probably can help us a lot better, because as I said, this is a whole government approach. This is not about Ministry of Education. This is not about, because it's like all ministries need to understand the kind of gender empowerment that needs to be there, gender equality. Let's not talk about gender, let's talk about gender parity. You are right, even in the boards of companies. Don't talk so far. Let's talk about the board of directors in the universities. The board of directors in university has more males than female as well. So, I'm expecting change with a minister that is a woman. I guess I'm expecting more for the change that needs to happen, because I think Prof. Inaya has shown the data from Harvard Business Review that if women are on the board of directors, the organization itself does better, because there's always the alternate thinking that makes it a holistic thinking in moving an organization with the women being on the board. So I think I'll stop here now. I'm sure there's a lot more input from the other speakers.
MashaAllah. Thank you, Prof. Dato. You are women leaders with action, basically. And it is expected from a woman to be a good mother as well as to be a good wife, and also a good workers. And me, for example, with six children, is not that easy. I'm struggling, basically. So there's a question from YouTube, Fatmir Shanu. Okay, let me choose this. The most important thing to do is how to become a leader according to the assigned responsibility. Men and women have different responsibilities according to the hadith just mentioned. The statistics shown create conflict between men and women, as in our time, women are praised and men are left behind. According to Islam, or basically, this person is just stating the fact. So can I pursue our session with questions to Dato' Inaya? All right. Men and women, equals, and partners who complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. So you mentioned about the traits just now that needs to be there, and essential in the post-pandemic recovery and vital in post-pandemic leadership. But in reality, when you mentioned about the B40 and the translational program from university, for example, to community, how would it be best to practice this within the strength of women and women leaders?
Okay, inshallah, Prof, I'll try to respond that. Basically, if I may share, I noticed that Professor Datuk Zaliha is also here, an expert in law. If I may share one of the legal case here, decided by the highest court in England in sometime in 1994 on the presumption of undue influence. Yeah? So B40 is somehow fall within this category of presumption of unduly influence. Meaning to say, undue influence reflect the presumption of being influenced is there by virtue of categories of relationship, and where the woman is a subject matter. For example, a wife and husband, grandfather and grandfather and granddaughter, and grandson with grandfather, and spiritual advisor and followers, where the relationship repose trust and confidence in that relationship. So B40 seemingly to fall within the category of presumption of undue influence, where they actually looking only for the subsidies offered to them. So somehow, when I was the CEO of that, with due respect of that college, students seem to refuse to be out of the Asnaf family. Why? Because they think that once they are out of that family of Asnaf, they no longer receive pertolongan, subsidies, and this is to me not a good attitudes of Asnaf lah. And if, let's say, when they are within the campus for one semester, they perform all the duties of being Muslim, but when they go back just for 1 week break, they come back to university, to the college, they don't even perform solah. So when we do the questionnaire, why this happened, they said that at home, this is something that nobody will question. Okay, so back to the question of presumption of undue influence. I believe being a woman leader, we can do better because by virtue of this court decision, the highest decision. When it was decided by that House of Law in England, 1994 case, it was ruled out that the wife is being unduly influenced by the husband when the husband wished to execute the signatory of the wife to become as the surety when they want to buy a matrimonial home. Yeah, so when the husband got arrears with the bank, so they have to sell off the house for auction, something like that. So the court see things when the bank take in charge of the foreclosure proceeding, what happened to the wife? Yeah, especially those who have proceeds. They do not have any other home to stay. By right, in the earlier 3 years before, the wife has given the consent to become surety because of the loyalty as a wife. Yeah, wife always trusts the husband. So, as taking this as a parameters, yeah, when the woman become leader, yeah, with this particular case court decision on the presumption of undue influence, yet women leader can excel. Yeah, so it is not true to say that women leaders somehow are being easily influenced. Yeah, because now after 15 years, we have another case, agree and concur with that 1994 case, but in the recent case where the Royal Bank of Scotland decided that even the husband can unduly influenced by the wife, the test is the reposing trust and confidence relationship, not because of the gender. Okay, so back to the question of Prof. Aslinda. So yes, to me, B40 has to be more motivational talk, not only to the B40 student, but also to the families, to the father, to the mother. We have to be on our own, go and visit them at their house, deep inside remote area in the Felda, so on. So Dato, if you have initiative like that, Dato Ras, count me in because I've been with them for at least 3 years. I know how they live, in communities. They refuse to be out of the asnaf categories because they really want to be dependent till the rest of the life. And of course, I have a track record of a good intellectual coming from this student as well, especially in professional accounting. So this denotes that if we really good and be passionate in coaching their mindset, they can be so impactful to the economic growth of our country.
All right.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dato. Yeah, the mindset need to be changed. Yeah, but it's not that easy. It's not a one-day session and that's it. With regards to that, Dato Rasadiba, the latest data on suicidal rates in Malaysia shows that from 2019 until May 2021, 1,427 women have committed suicide compared to male, which is 281. Importantly, prior to the pandemic, male suicide rates have always been higher compared to women. This data suggests that pandemic has definitely affected women's mental health significantly. A subset of women who are more vulnerable are young mothers and single parents. What encouragement do you have for these groups, and what are your aspirations on women leadership in tackling the rise in mental health issues among women?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for that question. And also to the Prof Inaya, inshallah, when we have something coming up, I'll definitely rope you in. Okay, I am with a team that works very closely to support women with disability and also women in general during this pandemic. Since last year, when everybody was at home and the whole country was locked down, myself and OKU Central, a bunch of disabled, we went down to help everyone on the ground.
There's labs in
with the other NGOs and also the welfare departments. But one of the team that we were very closely working with is actually MIASA. And in MIASA, what we do is we support generally for everybody who's going through a tough time, especially women. And in our society, as we all know, we don't like to discuss about stress, about anxiety. And every time when we want to go, towards that direction, people always say, let's not talk about it. It's so embarrassing. Let's just swipe it under the carpet. So during this pandemic, it's so apparent that sweeping under the carpet will not do it. What we did was actually we went out and we told people like, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay. You know, everybody's going through this. But for women, people expect us to be superhuman. We are. But even superhuman, we need to rest. I have many cases where they live in a flat which only has one room, and they have 3 disabled children. And they just fight, and the children go berserk. And of course, you know, the women and their spouse, when they fight, it becomes violent, and they don't talk about it. They go crazy. They turn around and they they turn around, and what they do is they act as if everything is normal when the children are watching, and the children know that it's not normal. 2 is they just lose it. They completely lose it. And 3, they just let go and they just give up. So one of the things that I tell people even right now is we're not over with this pandemic. I mean, Austria is under lockdown, and a few places now in the world are already coming into locking down again. In China, we have 9 provinces, which is affected again with Delta. So this is not over. So what I'm trying to say is we need to reach out to all the ladies out there. I need you to know that it's okay not to be okay. And I need you to know that if, say, for example, you know of somebody who can just listen to you, please reach out. And for all of us, we need to be vigilant. We need to watch around us, and we need to support one another. And it's not being busybody, but it's making sure that somebody is eating. If even in the Quran it says that, you know, if you hear of a neighbor and you don't assist them when they're hungry, then, you know, kita berdosa, you know. So what I'm trying to say is there is nothing to be embarrassed about right now, even if we are always so strong. But these times it's not easy. We need to understand that we're not the only one that's going through this hard time. We need to understand that we need to reach out, because maybe it won't affect us so much, but it will affect the people around us, especially our children. And I also have women, husband and wife, deaf, going and been fighting. The kids, especially the eldest, have to become the mediator and trying to interpret to them, trying to tell them to, you know, to calm down. And this child, a girl, has had to take over the role of the parent. So what we are going through right now, if we don't talk about it, if we don't seek help, it's going to be like a domino effect towards the people closest to us. And Prof, tadi your second question too, what was it again? Sorry.
Basically, my second question is on women leadership. Is it okay? Tackling the rise in mental health issue among women.
Yeah. So the only way for us to handle the situation is to come together, and like I said, to understand that we cannot do this alone. And we are strong and everything, but we also crumble, and we're also human. And most of the time, I always tell people, I say, you know, ada kalanya air mata yang sepatutnya jatuh di pipi mengalir masuk ke dalam hati. Sometimes, I said, sometimes the tears that is supposed to just, you know, fall on our cheeks, you know, they actually, you know, just fall back into our hearts. We mustn't allow this to happen, because if we do, our heart cannot take it. It's, you know, I just want to share very quickly with all of you. For some of you, you would know a bit about me. I wasn't born disabled. I became disabled halfway through my life. And when we were talking about women working and struggling and adjusting, I had to adjust a lot in my life. And 6 years, even though I have experience in broadcasting since I was 18 until now, when I became disabled in 2002, for 6 years, people didn't want to give me a job. not just because I'm a woman, but because I'm a disabled woman. So it was very, very tough. And I didn't have a job for 6 years, but for 1.5 years, I was struggling like crazy. And during the times when I didn't have a job, I was eating rice with salt and drinking tap water. And I don't ever want anyone in my lifetime to ever go through that. So what I'm trying to say is, ladies, we need to be there for each other. We need to support each other. We need to push each other, motivate, and rise together. Because you know what? No one is going to do it for us except us. No one. No one. Allah, the Almighty, He will always be there. Everyone left me when I became disabled. I was just lying down, looking at the four walls and looking at the ceiling. But guess what? I was looking for a best friend. And the best friend that I was looking for is actually the one that I'm looking at the mirror, which is myself. So all I'm saying is, sometimes when you think that you are not able to cope anymore, just look in the mirror and look at that person in the mirror and say, you're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. You're going to rise. We're going to do this together. Because guess what? Your best friend, apart from the Almighty, your best friend is yourself. And no one's going to do anything. No one's going to make the changes. No one's going to move forward and push you except yourself. No one.
Thank you, Dato. Yeah, it's okay not to be okay. And reach out, ladies. We need to support each other. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully reached the end of our forum. I would like to thank all three of our speakers for sharing their thoughts and insights. I believe I represent everyone here when I say that this has been a very insightful and thought-provoking session. With that, I thank you. Dr. Adli?
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Haslinda, for moderating that very engaging session. I, as a man, also learned a lot from that session. And I'm sure that Tan Sri Rector, who is with us here, also has learned a lot from this session, inshallah. And we shall take a 10 minutes break and we'll come back at 10:45, inshallah, with the next session. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
On their cameras so that we can take a photo. I forgot about that.
All right. So everyone has to smile.
Everyone switch on their cameras. Okay. At the count of 3, 2, 1. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We'll see you at 10:45, inshallah.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the international webinar on humanizing leadership. We had a very engaging session on the role of women, in the post-pandemic era. And let me just recap perhaps, because sometimes there is this misconception about the role of women in Islam, when in fact the Prophet ﷺ also sought advice from his wife during the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, in which many of the companions, who were unsatisfied with the Prophet ﷺ's action to the extent that when he ordered them to sacrifice the animals and to shave their heads, they refused to do so. So it was Salama who advised, the Prophet ﷺ to walk the talk, and to lead by example. And he indeed took up this advice. So this actually shows how women can also play an important role in Islamic history. And we see Fatima al-Fihri, for example, who founded the university in Morocco, Al-Qarawiyyin. So we should, empower women to play a much more important role in our societies. Now I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Jesni Shamsul Saari, who will moderate our last forum today on leadership and Sejahtera Society. He is currently attached to the Department of Physics at the Kuliah of Science, specializing in the field of quantum key distribution. His work extends to the fundamental concerns of limits of knowledge in ascertaining processes in the universe, which has led to discoveries of new uncertainty relations in physics and can arguably be seen as a new and very niche area in physics. It is interesting to note that Dr. Jesni also paints, plays music, and enjoys cooking. I'm not sure whether he will demonstrate for us those skills. He subscribes to the view that creative art is a common denominator, and he also considers scientific work itself as art. Without further delay, I pass on the floor to Associate Professor Dr. Jesni Shamsul Saari.
Thanks very much, Master Ceremony. To my distinguished speakers, colleagues, friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I am very honored to be invited to moderate this. Essentially a forum on leadership and Sejahtera Society. Well, I guess highlighting the needs for leaders to have high integrity and sound human governance and sense of empathy to address issues and challenges is a no-brainer, especially during this post-pandemic times. I would say essentially an unprecedented thing in human history, and it's affected everyone around the world, some more than others. And I think in this case, we are looking in particular how it has affected people in the context of health and wellness. Now, for this forum, we're lucky to have, alhamdulillah, 3 distinguished speakers, Prof. Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Tahir Muhammad Azhar. Sir, it's good to see you again. Prof. Dr. Rashila Ramli and Dr. Haryati Shahrima Abdul Majid. So the way we're going to be doing this actually is quite straightforward. I think I'm going to invite each speaker to speak some, maybe around 15 to 20 minutes, if you will. And then after the round of all speakers having given their talks, I would hope to invite the speakers to indulge me in some questions, a couple of questions. So if it's all right, perhaps I would begin with Prof. Dato' Muhammad Tahir. Allow me to spend just a couple of minutes to say something on Prof. Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Tahir. A physician and specialist in clinical oncology, served as the Deputy Rector of Academic and Planning. He was also the founding Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and the first Director of the then Kuantan Medical Campus of the International Islamic University Malaysia in the late 90s. Prof. Tahir was born in Kangar in 1949. He studied medicine at Universiti Malaya in 74 and obtained his MRCP in 1980 in Edinburgh. the MRT London, and FFRRCSI Dublin in 1985. He joined as a medical lecturer in UKM till 1995, after which he joined IIUM as the founding dean of its medical school. He has written a book on the treatment of uterine cancer, textbook on clinical examination for medical students, and translated 3 textbooks into Malay in 2002. Appointed as one of the international advisors for the world-renowned textbook of medicine, Davidson's Principle and Practice of Medicine, 19th Golden Jubilee edition. He remained in this advisory board for 15 years until the 21st edition of this textbook in 2010. Now, I can go on and on about Prof. Tahir, but you're not here to listen to me talking about Prof. Tahir. We're here to listen to Prof. Tahir. So, Prof. Tahir, if you will, may I pass the floor to you, sir?
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings to everyone. Actually, I was asked to entertain these very fundamental issues in regard to corrupt leadership, balanced society or Sejahtera society, and also the problem of corruption and bribery in the form of a question, which is actually a mouthful. The first question was, can leadership and ethics help in the fight against corruption, bribery, and does it help in the formation of Sejahtera society? The second question is actually, what are the possible solutions that can improve things? So it's quite a loaded thing, and the word ethics itself, leadership and bribery and corruption, needs a little bit of definition so that we are on common ground. So if I may very briefly touch on what we mean by leadership, it is leading, it is protecting your people, it is guiding, it is consensus building, communicating, and interacting to achieve the target of the people, the organization, or the whatever you are leading. So that is leadership. This is quite an encompassing thing. What about ethics and morality? This is very simple. We all know it. The right and wrong, the ideal, the elements of which are integrity, honesty, trustworthiness, and sincerity, and hard work. That is what contribute and what are the main elements of ethics and morality. Bribery, this is a little component from the bigger thing of what is called corruption, but in brief, bribery is actually material benefits obtained for favors using the power or position that one is entrusted with. In fact, it is an illegal, illicit practice for self-gain. That's bribery in a simple definition. What about corruption? This includes bribery, but more encompassing. Corruption includes abuse of power for personal gain, like lobbying, extortion, cronyism, nepotism, patronage of staff, embezzlement, and influence peddling. All these are under the big umbrella of corruption, very negative. So if you ask me, is it essential that leadership, is it true that leadership and ethics help in combating this? The simple answer is yes. Not only yes, it is an essential, fundamental prerequisite for all the efforts to combat bribery and corruption and establish a Sejahtera society or balanced society, as I see it. For those who are not familiar with this concept of Sejahtera society, it just means we use it at this university at this time to mean an ethical society, balanced, disciplined, everyone contributing as much as one can for the benefit of the whole. It is not based on Western or Eastern model, but it's based on whatever is good from anywhere, from everywhere, from every civilization and every epoch of humanity. So that, in short, is what is meant by a balanced Sejahtera society. Now, The second question that we try to attempt and answer is, apart from being ethical and internalizing all these good values, what can be done to enhance or promote good leadership and ethical practice? Now, as you know, there are different kinds of people in regard to ethics. I personally classify people regarding to ethics into 3 categories. One, these are people who are inherently ethical. They are, as it were, born ethical. They don't need to be told what is right, what is wrong. They will do the right thing, they will refrain from doing the wrong thing according to their conscience. These are great people. I think the majority are like that. Now, the next category are people who are prone to such thing, to such behavior, but they need some guidance and some code to go along to be a reference. They need that. The third category, I'm getting from the ideal to the not so ideal. The third category are those who need to be coerced. You know, if they are left alone, the tendency to become unethical is more than the tendency to be following the proper ethics. So these are people who needs to be coerced with real regulation, procedures, and code of conduct. And the fourth one, which is really minority, but they are the one that put the spanner in the chain or cause all the problems. And these are inherently the hardcore unethical characters. They are, as it were, when Allah created humanity, He also created the Satans and the devils. And these are the Satans and the devils. They are there to not only do evil and devilish things, unethical things, but they influence others also to do similar things. So these are the 4 categories. If we know that we have to deal with these people, then we have to have these codes of ethics, codes of conduct, and the way that any organization chooses or filter human resource must be aware and have the processes and the tools to be able to identify those in the first and second category of ethical people are in the business of running the organization. This will help a lot in cleaning up and getting the organization less troubled by unethical practice and phenomena. And the organization must be open and transparent and must be seen to be open and transparent. And the no effort is spared to project this clean, trustworthy, and trusting environment to all those in the organization. So that is the practical way of preventing or providing solutions to the situation, to the condition where unethical practice becomes dominant or becomes a big problem. These are some of the things that I could offhand enunciate or put across. And I believe if we adhere to these principles, we can, without much difficulty, achieve a balanced Sejahtera society, an ethical and morally right with minimal distraction and unethical practice. I think I want to stop there unless there are questions after this. And that's it. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tahir. That's very interesting in being, looking at the categories of the people in the context of, I think, those who are intrinsically good, if I may put it, and the other end of the spectrum, you have those who perhaps carry some taints, if you will, for which they require further encouragement to not fall into things that probably is rather distasteful. We'll get to some questions with you if you don't mind later. All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's move to Prof. Dato' Dr. Rashila Ramli. So my lady, Rashila Ramli is a Principal Fellow Professor of Political Science, former Director at the Institute of Malaysian and International Studies, IKMAS UKM, Universiti Bangsa Malaysia, and Principal Visiting Fellow at the UNU International Institute of Global Health. Prof. Rashila graduated with BSc in Chemistry from Western Illinois University in 84, MBA 87, and PhD in Political Science from Northern Arizona University in 95. She held a visiting professorship in International Relations at the International Christian University, Japan from 2004 to 2005. Also invited as a guest scholar at Stockholm University and Frankfurt University. Her areas of specialization are human security, gender and development, and public policy. Her research areas are on human security, promoting social inclusion through SDGs, and public policies. In 2020, Prof. Rashila was a member of the MITI substantive team for APEC 2020 on issues of social inclusion and future of work. Her work on the Global Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals has been recognized by UNESCO and the APPGM SDG Parliament Malaysia. Prof. Rashila also holds the position of President of the Malaysian Social Science Association, co-chair Malaysian SDG Academic Network, and former council member of the Asia Pacific Forum for Women, Law and Development. So, Prof. Rashila, may I pass the floor to you for a quick one?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Jasmine. Thank you for having me here. I believe the VC or Director, Tan Sri Zol, is also here, and a number of colleagues. Number of colleagues that I can see who are also in the system. So in the very beginning, thank you so much for having me here in this particular program. I'm very honored indeed to be invited to be a speaker here. And of course, I have my esteemed panelists also right here. Now, I will take about maybe 15 to 20 minutes to share with you some of my thoughts, because I was also similar to Prof. Emeritus Dato' Tahir. I was also provided with two guided questions as a guide for my presentation this morning, for my sharing session. It's not so much a presentation, it's more of a sharing session with a group under leadership and Sejahtera Society. Okay, and with that, if you don't mind, I would like to share my screen. I hope the organizer can let me share. Yeah, thank you so much. Let me get this out of the way. All right, and let me do that. And let me do one more thing. Share this on the bigger screen. That will make it easier, I think. Okay. Share screen. Did you get this the sharing already? Okay, that's great. All right. When I was given the title, I was a bit with the two questions. I was a bit concerned because I was trying to see from what angle I was going to discuss the issues here. The two questions given to me were this: in what ways does a peaceful and sustainable society is significant in higher education institutions? So we're looking at the environment of an organization, basically, and in this case, we're talking about we're focusing on higher education institutions. The second question deals with this: due to the sudden transition of the global pandemic, should leaders prioritize the wellness, mental, physical, emotional of people within the organization? So which means that I'm given the scope of looking at an organization, looking at the environment of it, as well as to what level would a leader, an organization, look into this. So in a very short way of answering it, in what ways? Okay, there are roles which are being played by higher education institutions. For the second question, a short answer is definitely a yes. But I think we need to do some elaboration on this situation. So what I'm going to do is to give a little context, and then I'll move forward with trying to put some thoughts further on answering the questions. Yeah, definitely within the bigger context, we're looking at the impact of COVID-19 on education. I think that was already discussed in the previous panel. I did have a chance to listen a little bit to the previous panel. Of course, there is the launch of our RMK12, which will be pretty much the policy guideline for the country for the next 5 years. And then we have a bigger framework at the global level, the Global Agenda 2030 with 17 goals. So IIUM is a big champion of this. Thank you to Tan Sri Zul actually for putting this on the map, especially when it was not really on the map within the country. But Alhamdulillah, now it is really looking good. And we also have the purpose of the webinar to prepare future leaders through the development of competency value-based succession planning ecosystem, and to be in line with the Ministry of Higher Education Strategic Focus 2021. So within the context of my sharing is actually based on the Global Agenda 2030, where we do have the 5 main P's that we're looking at, yeah, which is we're looking at the planet, we're looking at prosperity, we're looking at peace, we're looking at partnership, yeah, as well as we're looking at people. And in Sejahtera community, society, people would be the focus of our discussion in this case, in an organization. And the organization we're looking at is actually the higher education institution. So 17 goals, 169 targets, 224 indicators, and all of this can actually provide us a framework, because we can actually target a lot of our work in terms of the creation of an environment, or in terms of the creation of leaders, as well as, of course, in managing a crisis situation. In this case, it is the pandemic. So this is just to give what can be done within the SDGs. You can do advocacy and policy standards, development, implementation of strategies, finance, technology transfer, monitoring, and impact evaluation. I'd like to touch upon that a little bit, because in looking at the environment that we're working at, whatever organization, the impact evaluation is very important. The monitoring of processes which are being put in place. If the processes are not good enough, we can change it. You know, after all, it is human-made. So anything which is human-made can be changed, can be created to fit the environment that we are working in at this point. So within that, the 6 strategies, I believe, of MOH right now, I think was announced earlier this year or earlier last year. We're looking at empowering agenda to digitalize education, enhancing strategic collaboration, network strengthening, graduates marketability, driving community well-being, promoting institutional excellence, and enlivening the spirit of KPT Prihatin. I think with our forum today, the focus will be more on the driving community well-being and promoting institutional excellence. This will nicely link into specifically SDG 4.7, yeah, where as the goal for 4.7 states that by 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of cultural contribution to sustainable development. I highlighted those in red. Yeah, the word culture is being mentioned again and again and again. And I think this is something that we really need to look into when we are looking into the environment of any organization. So I'm focusing it more towards organizational culture within the higher education higher education institutions. So within that sense, HEI are definitely complex organization because of the roles that they are playing. Nurturing future-ready graduates, okay, which means that our lecturers must be presently ready for the future graduates, to train the future graduates, producing research for the needs of communities. It's not just academic communities, but communities as a whole, and providing policy input to the government of the day. And that can change also. So, but policy inputs are important because they have to be embedded within communities. Okay? An environment within HEI, to promote sustainable development and SDG 4. What kind of environment do we have? Is it a collaborative environment? Is it a competition-based environment? Or are people very complacent? Or is it kind of a compliance environment that we're living in? So different organizations will have different kinds of environment, and this can promote or it can demote the notion of a sejahtera society. So I think we need to discuss a bit further on this, and who can influence, shape, change the environment. So within this context, leaders in various capacities, top management, the deans, the directors, and outside of a university, for example, then you have others, the ministry itself, some political masters, probably. So we're looking into all those things. And I'm glad that within this program is also co-sponsored with AKEPT. And AKEPT actually has an international dean's course, the Malaysian chapter. We only have 2 cohorts so far, and it is an example of a succession plan and leadership nurturing. So Tazrizo, thank you for sending at least 2 of your upcoming scholars. Last year we had, the first batch we had actually AP Dr. Cairo Siddiq, director of your industrial link program. And then now we actually have Associate Professor Abdul Azrul Abdul Aziz, who is the Dean of the Kuliah of Languages and Management. So we are very appreciative of having them in the My IDC program. So just 15 seconds, the program actually has about 10 modules. We've gone through, it's a 9-month program that deans and directors have to go through. It's part of the AKEPT, I think, flagship program. We usually have only about 25 participants, public and private university. We've completed part 1 and part 2, and we have one more part which will take place next year. And I hope more people, more deans, new deans and directors will join in future cohorts for the future. And we do have a pretty good gender balance, So about, I think it's about 13 gender balance in the program, and we want to pursue this as well. So quickly, I still have about 10 minutes. Okay. Within a culture, it could be consistency, it could be inspiration, inclusion, innovation, or a compliance kind of a culture in an organization. And leadership makes a difference in terms of providing or shaping. Leadership is important in shaping the kind of culture you would like the organization to have. Whether it's transformative, which will lead to inspiration, where alignment of organization and individual values, improving productivity, possible blood situation can also occur. Or number 5, I'll just go into participatory, where innovation can occur. You can create a culture of innovation where there are more consensus asking, there are more of a democratic way of giving and hearing the voices of many, because we all come from different backgrounds. Everybody has a story to tell, whether it is his story or her story. So these are things that we need to keep in mind, especially new leaders or leaders in organizations, because you create the environment that will impact on the shape of the society that you are living in. And it could be in this particular case, an organization. So to cover the first question, basically, I'll just tie it nicely into a couple other SDGs, which are cross-cutting entire spectrum of any organization, which is SDG 16 on peace and strong institution, as well as SDG 17, which is on partnership. Specifically, SDG 17, number 0.14, 0.14, and 0.15. You can go ahead and read on this because I won't be able to highlight all this to you right now. It's too much, okay? Regardless, but last maybe 3 minutes that I need for the last question, which actually ties into the environment as well. Due to the second transition of global pandemic, should leaders prioritize wellness, mental, physical, emotional of people? I mean, the answer is yes. I mean, there is no issue about this. Okay. However, it is more important to look through in a slightly deeper manner. Yeah. So what I'm doing is to give slightly more varieties of the environments that we're in right now. As a country, yes, we are facing unprecedented situation in many fronts. The pandemic has caused loss of many lives, economic crisis, severe impact on livelihoods, unstable political environment, environmental degradation, and definitely educational adaptability. These issues require the synergy between different perspectives to find better solutions to problems on the ground. The pandemic has demonstrated the unsustainability of the destructive practices on the environment and fragility of human existence. Our economy and health system have been seriously damaged. Fortunately, our social cohesion, in many areas have actually strengthened in the midst of the adversity. NGOs come into play, people that we don't know lend a hand in helping out in very, very dire situation. And we definitely need both science and social science to work in tandem to move out of the pandemic. This is my second last slide. So in answering the second question as well, it is important to look into the impact of of the people that we work with. There are different ways to look at impact, but there are at least four areas here, what I call the deep impact, which is the personal. Yeah, there have been financial loss, decrease in self-confidence, domestic violence. In the clear impact deals with skills, performance. So people or students or staff will need to acquire new skills, and that can be daunting if we are not used to it. The wide impact, this deals with networks, the relationships that we build. And under the pandemic, it is also a feeling of isolation because you need to, in the system, there is the need to work away from home, but we hope that working from home, working from anywhere might become a future culture that can be embedded, but must be taken into consideration because they do have limitations as well. So prioritization of wellness deals with mental, physical, emotional, and I would put financial right there. And this can be related to different kinds of SDGs as well. Okay. So last slide, yeah, as a conclusion of the remarks here, types of organization culture can influence the type of environment within any organization, in this case, the higher education institutions. Those in position of power can be agents of change to improve the environment that can support the achievement of SDG 4, specifically in this case, I would suggest SDG 4.7. And leaders must prioritize the well-being of members so that members of the organization, especially under the pandemic situation. By the way, this photo is just the cohort 2 that we just finished in part 2 recently in Tanjung Malim. Yeah? So I think with that, Mr. Chair, Prof. Jasni, I hand it back to you. Thank you for indulging me in my sharing session here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, and I do appreciate people calling me by the name my father gave me. Jasni is just fine. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
So I'm actually very interested in the fact that you mentioned social sciences and the sciences working together for better humanity. I remember when in my youth, I read a piece of work by, I think, Prof. Capra, and somebody asked him a question related to the interplay, perhaps, of religion and science. And I remember Capra said something like, it was like a one-sentence thing. He said that science has no need of religion, religion has no need of science, but mankind needs both. I'd like to think there's something in there in relation to what you just said, but let's get back to that later. Can I now invite our third speaker, Dr. Haryati Shahrima Abdul Majid, former EXCO member, Mercy Malaysia. A very quick one on her bio. Dr. Haryati Shahrima Abdul Majid, or Hari, as she is fondly known by her peers, obtained her PhD in Psychology Health in 2001, Masters in Applied Psychology from the University of Surrey in UK, 96, and her BSc Psychology from University of Wisconsin-Madison in the USA. Dr. Hari was co-founder of Naluri Hidup, a digital health startup, a company offering digital health applications on health-related lifestyles designed specifically for Malaysians. Previously, she served as an academic faculty for 23 years with the International Islamic University, Malaysia, teaching a variety of courses, including health psychology, physiological psychology, that's a mouthful for me, educational psychology, and so forth. She supervised master's and PhD students on health and related research. During her years at IUM, she served various academic administrative positions such as head of department, deputy dean, deputy director, alumni and career services division, director, and she is widely published in various academic journals. Hari is currently a member of various organizations and societies such as the American Psychological Association, the Malaysian Diabetes Educators Society, the Malaysian Hemophilia Society. Long-term volunteer of Mercy Malaysia, she also serves as an executive council member overlooking mental health and psychosocial support services and human resource. Perhaps what Hari is best known for is her humanitarian work with Mercy Malaysia, for which she has volunteered for 15 years. She has been deployed to both local and international missions in natural and conflict-affected areas, providing psychological first aid to affected communities, setting up and running child-friendly spaces and conducting training of trainers from the Philippines to Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Somalia, Lebanon, and the latest in Turkey, Syria border, servicing the Syrian refugees. She has led a team of mental health professionals in providing online psychosocial support for Malaysians in response to COVID-19. And she's in the process of setting up mental health unit for Mercy Malaysia. Hari is now a caregiver for a father living with dementia and Alzheimer's disease. She's completing her couple of books that she's writing on her journey as a caregiver. I'm looking forward to those books. And she's also setting up support group for caregivers like her. Now, I know Dr. Hari clearly mentioned to me I should just go for like 2-3 sentences on her bio. I said 20-30 will be fine. Light 200-300 will be good. So Dr. Hari, may I pass the floor to you, please?
Thank you. I want to call you Dr. Jesney because I think you deserve that particular recognition. So thank you very much for the very long introduction, Jesney, but I appreciate the fact that you are willing to read up that biography. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning. Salam sejahtera to everyone in this virtual webinar. It's good to be back in IIUM. I've left it for several years now. Nice to see some very familiar faces, former colleagues, and especially my former leaders in different positions that I was in at the university. So I was given this trust. I thank you for the trust to speak about leadership and the Sejahtera Society. And like you, Prof. Dr. Rashila, yeah, I was thinking, from which angle am I actually going to touch this upon? Because the questions are very, very padat, yeah, very loaded. But what I will do is to speak to you from a very micro perspective, from a very specific perspective, from a psychological perspective. And this has been touched by our speakers in our previous sessions. So this is just, I think, a recap or reminder of the things that we can do, the things that we should prepare to do in order for us to move forward. So allow me to share my screen. Let me see, okay. Prepare a presentation. I'm not sure whether, can you see it? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so very quickly, I'm gonna touch upon leadership and Sejahtera society, but what I want to focus on is the element of empathy. And lots of people have talked about it, and I think it's important that we ensure that we appreciate the essence and soul of empathy in creating, in promoting, and in preserving well-being. So I'm gonna start off by asking all of us to reflect. Have a look at this image, all right? It's about perceptions. It's about perspective taking. I think a lot of us, I think this pandemic has taught us that we are not going to be able to move forward if we're not willing to do perspective taking, to take a different perspective on how things are happening or things are moving. When we were told that there will be many new norms that we need to adopt, if we don't change perceptions, if we don't do perspective taking, the new norms, the behaviors are not going to be sustainable, all right? So reality is that for perspective taking to take place, it does take effort. You need to be able to put in some effort to be able to look at the perspective from the different levels of people in the community. And it does take time. You cannot expect people to just change the perceptions overnight. And I think very importantly, perspective taking needs to have support and feedback from others. And it's not just about support and feedback that's provided from others, it's our willingness to listen to and receive feedback and support from others. So it's actually a multi-level initiative effort to be able to do perspective taking. So when we talk about policies, when we talk about frameworks, I'm sure we know that it's very important for us to be able to see things from a level, a variety of perspectives. So when we talk about leadership, this is just an example of a definition of what leadership is. It's a process. At the end of the day, it's about influencing others in a manner that enhances their contribution in realizing the goals of a group. So it's a process. So when we talk about process, there is a beginning, there is an end, there's a lot of gray area in between the beginning and the end. And a leader, all right, is actually now an entrepreneur of identity. She or he has to find ways, different ways, innovative ways to create an identity of a group of people so that we're able to develop a shared sense of who we are as a community, as a society. A leader cultivates a work environment that promotes and prioritizes well-being. And this pandemic has actually highlighted the importance of looking at well-being, sejahtera, and they build collective trust and empathy. And it's not just about, mutual trust, mutual empathy, but we talk about collective. In other words, it needs to actually be something that, encompasses people at different levels. If you look at the MHPSS pyramid, it's about the trust that's built from the society level up to the leadership level. From the psychological perspective, one of the models that have been promoted on well-being is called the PERMA model. And there have been adjustments and changes and adaptations to it. But in general, all right, when we talk about well-being, I think this is related to or can be a component of the Sejahtera academic framework of IIUM, achieves to or aims to achieve positive emotions. Now, we're not talking about positive emotions as just happiness or joy, because this does not have to last long. But what we can do is to look at positive emotions such as being grateful, being humble, all right? Things that can actually last for a longer time that entails a lot of cognitive processing. So, if I get a gift, I can be happy, but not necessarily it will last a long time. But when I'm grateful, when I bersyukur, when I am humble, all right, there's a lot of process, cognitive process, perceptual process that takes place. There's a lot of engagement that needs to take place as well. So when you are doing something, you are in the zone, you don't come to work thinking that it's something about just clocking in and clocking out. You are in the zone, being able to thrive and flourish with the tasks that are given to you. Positive relationships are super important. Well-being, you cannot achieve without having healthy relationships with other people. And of course, meaningfulness to the work that you're doing. I think one of the things, the challenging things is during this pandemic is people are now beginning to find out or make decisions about what is meaningful for them. All right. So previously, maybe going to work is just going to work. I get salary, but now people are prioritizing because they need to think about the well-being of the children at home, for instance. And of course, well-being is not just about feeling good, it's about being able to achieve something as a result of the efforts that you put into it. But the reality, though, out there is different. All right, so this is an ideal situation that we want to work for, but the reality is different, even before COVID-19. All right, according to the National Health Mobility Survey, Malaysians are already experiencing mental health issues on a large scale. All right, but the problem is that people did not want to talk about mental health. People did not want to talk about mental illnesses, but the reality is that 1 in 3 Malaysians have reported some kind of mental health issues. All right, and very worryingly also is that it doesn't just affect adults, it affects children. So physical and verbal abuse at home among teenagers, 1 in 10 teenagers are physically abused at home. And these are children, teenagers who are going to be your staff, who are going to be your students very soon. And I think what is very scary also is that there are adults at home who are abusing the children, who are abusing kids, the children at home. And they may be our employees, they may be our staff, they may also be our students. So at the end of the day, our mental health issues, when we talk about well-being, we cannot ignore that there are challenges in our society when it comes to achieving complete well-being. And according to publications on mental health at the workplace, you will see that there are a number of Malaysian employees who reported moderate to severe symptoms of depression. About 16% of them over the age of 20 have reported severe symptoms of depression. We're talking about severe, we're not just talking about mental health issues. And there are many more employees who have reported poor or very poor quality of sleep. Now, a lot of people will say sleep, but sleeping, I think there is the hadith where Aisha reported, Rasulullah SAW says that your body has rights over you. You need to fast and break your fast. You need to pray and you need to actually rest. But if we are not getting the rest, we're not going to be able to achieve. We're not going to be able to be in the zone when we do our work. We're not being able to actually produce the way we're supposed to actually produce. And mental health and work environment, percentage of employees in Malaysia cannot decide when to take a break. This is extremely worrying. And we see this in our frontliners with Mercy Malaysia. I was just interviewed yesterday about how our hospital search capacity program has helped our frontliners at HKL and HTR. The initial response was actually very poor because people or our frontliners did not feel that they deserve to take a break, that they can take a break because they felt that their work is more important. But of course it is more important, but the self-care practices is something that they need to prioritize. So we have had to do a lot of promotion, a lot of building trust to ensure that taking a break for them is actually an investment so that they can take care of our loved ones if they are diagnosed with COVID-19. Percentage of employees in Malaysia who do not feel that they have a choice in deciding what they do at work. 1 in 3 Malaysians in 2019 reported that they don't have a choice of what they want to do at work. So, when we speak to academicians, many say that, the KPIs are based upon the research topics that have been given to them. Sometimes words that have been shared are wahyu, wahyu yang diturunkan oleh top management, for instance, all right? So as a result, they're not able to actually feel satisfaction during the work. But these are just narratives, of course, from the field. Workplace mental health, the business costs in 2018, and this is before the pandemic, and we've not even calculated the health economics and the mental health effects of the pandemic, but 4.57 million working adults reported mental health issues and 9.84 billion, all right, have been spent on staff working well and unwell. Mental health issues at the workplace is estimated to cost a staggering 14.4 billion of our GDP. If we don't look at the health economics of our staff, of our employees, the reasons why they take leave in the first place, the severity, the illness has become more severe. It can actually, or it does have an effect on the organization itself, the productivity of the organization. 1.34 billion was spent on staff turnover, all right, and 3.28 billion have been spent on staff missing work for mental health issues. So these are real, all right, and I think it's very important that when we talk about kesejahteraan, when we talk about sejahtera and well-being, we talk about the resources, the psychological resources, the people behind the innovation, the people behind the productivity, the people behind the work that is needed to achieve the vision of the organization. So what can be done? Lots of things have been published, especially post-pandemic, on empathy. And a lot of people are talking about empathy. It's becoming a very sexy word. But some people have argued that, empathy, you're actually making stuff more manja. You're not actually making them feel that they need to work hard. But empathy, once you understand the elements of it, can actually be very empowering. All right. So skill empathy, and it's very interesting. The word here is skilled because it is about something that can be learned, that can be enhanced, can be developed. It can strengthen relationships, help people weather conflicts, and increase compassion in the workplace. And skill leadership, all right, inspiring, empathetic, quiet leadership, empathetic leaders are the need of the hour. When we listen to Senator Ras Adi Baratzi just now, we need to understand what people with disabilities are going through in terms of getting access to work, access to promotion at work, for instance. I was part of a conference on ending poverty, and we listened to what B40s are going through. The leaders of people who make policies need to really look at how their psychological resources are not being utilized to the maximum degree. This is a very interesting finding. Again, I cannot vouch for the methodology being used, but they found that 7% of workers would be willing to work more hours for a more empathetic workplace. 60% would actually accept a slashed salary for the same. 92% of HR employees professionals note that a compassionate workplace is a major factor for employee retention. And 80% of millennials noted that they would leave their current job if their office became less empathetic. 66% of baby boomers also shared the same sentiment. And we need to be very, very prepared. Our workforce are going to be made up of young people who've experienced a lot of things during this pandemic, right? And they have experienced many, excuse me, I need to drink. Well-being. So workforces need to be prepared because we are going to be receiving staff who have lived with mental health issues, who have been deprived perhaps of a nurturing environment, an environment that is mentally healthy in the first place. If they come from a family which have been abusive, they are going to be bringing baggages from their personal life to the workplace. And if we're not prepared to deal with this, then we may not be able to achieve our well-being agenda. So of course, empathy is not just, oh, I feel how you feel. It's about perspective taking, and it's about making sure that there is a platform, a space, strategies in place so that the needs are being met. Together in collaboration, they can actually solve the problem, being able to actually provide the support that's needed. So it's not just about feeling, it's about thinking, also it's about doing. So that's what empathy is. So empathetic leadership relates to that form of leadership that utilizes positive emotions in its interactions and behavior within the workplace. emphasizes well-being, etc. And I've talked about this, and I think it's very important that empathic leaders, so we're not talking about empathetic leadership, we're talking about leaders who have empathy. So empathy is just a component, a trait of a good leader, which can actually or may contribute to well-being. Aware of surroundings, kadang-kadang kita rasa, we do things and we don't want to be short sendiri. So it's very important that we may have all these great ideas, but it may not work for the capacity or the group of people who are working for us. Recognizing strengths and constraints in others, both strengths and constraints, shows genuine compassion, instills trust, and they're also assertive. Trust is, for me, is a very important element, and building trust is not overnight. That I think that's something that we need to actually invest on. Able to express and regulate emotions. So what do you do when you're angry or upset about a project that's not completed? For instance, active listening, ability to listen, open to new experiences, includes everyone decision-making, encourages ideas and innovation, and are themselves resilient and adaptable to changes. Of course, they look like, very, very, nice qualities there, so very perfect. But I think you have to remember that, these skills can actually be developed, and you need to be willing to learn to develop them. You need to be willing to learn from others how to develop them. You need to be able to actually receive feedback on whether you're doing things the right way. And that's what makes good leaders. For instance, communication communicates empowerment. I love giving this example because I find that in many organizations that I give talks to, I find that the leaders would actually ask the staff to do something because they feel it's good. But what you can do is instead of saying we will put this policy in place, all you need to make sure it is implemented. But I think you can start the conversation by saying, how do you think this policy we are planning to adopt can improve our practices at the workplace? So it gives meaning to the individuals, to the workers, to the employees, because it makes the person feel that I know how this is going to be beneficial to us. I know how, the resources that we need to actually ensure that the goals are achieved instead of telling them what to do. I always say this to the organizations that I give talks to. You hire people based on the qualifications, based on the skills and experiences that you have. You hire people, the top brains, and these top brains need to actually be listened to. All right, why are we hiring people with top brains, but we don't even want to listen to what they have to say? At least provide or giving feedback to the ideas and the plans that the management has. And we're not talking about UIA, I'm talking about organizations in general. So there are many, many empathic-driven workplace policies that can be put, and I know that IIUM has your mental health framework, and I congratulate you for that. And I think it's a major achievement, it's a major milestone, and I make prayers that it will be something that can be a benchmark to other universities. But empathic-driven workplace policies encourages and rewards self-care practices. When previously people will say, bagusnya you stay back malam, buat kerja, that's very good. Instead, encourage people to actually allocate time, give themselves time to take care of themselves by staying healthy, by ensuring that they develop, healthy relationships with the people around them. Self-care has become the word during the pandemic, because without health, without mental health, you're not going to be able to actually face the challenges of COVID-19. Provides a safe space for communication to take place, all right, where backbiting, slandering is not at all permissible. Provides and communicates clearly safety and healthy workplace practices. Conducts continuous needs and gaps assessment of mental health needs of employees. Provides continuous professional development programs. Encourages and rewards work-life family balance practices, and make, of course, available, provide access to mental health support. And I think IIUM has a very, very, very strong impact team at the university. So at the end of the day, in summary, the Quran has mentioned that it was thanks to Allah's mercy that you were gentle to them. Prophet ﷺ, had you been rough, hard-hearted, they would surely have scattered away from you. So pardon them and pray for their forgiveness and take counsel from them in matters of importance. And when you are resolved on the course of action, place your trust in Allah. Sure, Allah loves those who put their trust in them. And also these are, I think, elements of empathy in the way that Rasulullah dealt with the crisis that he had experienced during the war. All right, so at the end of the day, it is about relationship of us serving Allah by building a relationship with human beings, and empathic leadership is all about that. And I like Maya Angelou's quote, I've learned that people will forget what you say, people will forget what you do, but it's people will not forget how you make them feel. Do we make our place, our workplace, a place where you feel safe, that you can thrive and flourish, and not just survive? It's not a place people associate with as stressful, as draining. And I think that's very important. So of course, easier said than done, but I think if we begin to start, willing to change the way we look at things, do perspective taking, and with the will of Allah, inshallah, I think we can do that. So thank you very much for your attention. I give the floor back to you, Jasni.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Hari. I noted that I think a very core element in the entire thing was empathy, empathic leadership. And when I was looking at that list of empathic leadership, the only thing that was running through my mind was, I think my rector should probably worry about getting a new dean for Kuliah of Science. I think I like a bit of empathy here. Okay, so anyhow, thank you very much to the speakers. I'm just going to go now with a few questions, if you don't terribly mind. I'm going to start off with Prof. Tahir. We were looking into the issue of integrity and such. Perhaps I'm going to go with a more practical question. People talk about the carrot or the stick kind of thing which to use, and there are those who seem to think that unrealistic KPIs motivate people to resort to unethical practices to prove their worth in the context of the KPIs. But on the other hand, there are those who suggest that without any KPIs, that's kind of like a blanket approval to not do anything. So what do you think about this? Sorry, I can't hear you, Prof. Again, sorry, I can't hear you, Prof. Do you terribly mind unmuting the mic? Okay, perfect.
Okay, can you hear now?
Yes, perfect, sir.
Okay, thank you. So you were asking about KPI and how to evaluate people in the organization. Am I right?
Well, essentially that, because there are those who believe KPIs, can be a demotivating factor, especially if they think KPIs are unrealistic. On the other, not having KPIs.
I get you.
Yeah.
My honest opinion on this is actually the truth is in between. But it is how it is implemented that is more important. Because to me, if you ask me, I belong to the category that actually, to be frank, disfavor all this meticulous way of evaluating people, where actually it becomes wasted effort for the majority. Because if you talk about 100 people, the troublemakers or the one that I said in the fourth category is only less than 5%. So efforts should be made and processes should be prepared to deal with this 5%. That would be easier than dealing with 100 people with all these meticulous measurements and things, which actually you're going, at the end of the day, you're going to say, it's okay. These people are promotable or okay, they can do their work, while only these 5% are needing something to be done to them. And doing the way it is being done now is very much, personally, not my taste. I don't know about others, but that is how I see it, and that time gets consumed so much in doing the exercise properly that the tak berbaloi lah. That's my summary of it.
Right. Perhaps in other words, we could focus more on the 5%.
Exactly. There must be a process to deal with that 5%, which would involve less work and less time spent on it, rather than a blanket.
Right. But certainly we should have some instrument to measure, to get to to distinguish the 5% from the 95%, no?
That's why we need good leadership and good system.
Okay.
A good leader can see the splash within 1 minute.
Okay.
There's a Malay proverb which says, terkilat ikan di air, dah tahu dah jantan betinanya.
Oh, okay, that's new to me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Right. Thanks very much, Prof. Tahir. That's very good. That's very good. I like the fact that we should focus on those who are definitely in need of help, of support. Yeah. Okay. So can I go to the next question to Prof. Rashila? Again, I'm trying to look at something which is something that we could take for practical purposes, what we can do in practice. Now, yeah, we look at things in the context of leaders and how they can support and so forth, create the environment to work in and so forth. But we also know that, given the pandemic, there have been a lot of impacts, very serious impact on the way we do research. We can't go to the labs, there are people who can't go to the field and so forth. At the end of the day, these researchers will go back to their bosses, so to speak, their leaders, so to speak, and say, we can't do this. So what do you think can be done? What can the leader provide to these people, to his colleagues?
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Jasmine. Okay. Yeah, based on the question that you gave, during the pandemic period, there has been a lot of say research projects or works in the field that cannot be conducted. And that has had a lot of implications on not just researchers, but people who are pretty much doing work on the field. This could be even government agencies. This could be NGOs. A lot that I work with actually, and you could see that this is something that has to be taken into account, because in the end, the product that you come out after, in this case for researchers, it will impact a few things. It will impact maybe their career movement. It can impact the overall organizational. This is tying back to what to your first question just now, to Prof. Tahir just now. The fact that it can impact the KPI of an organization, and furthermore, it cascade not down, but it cascade up in this case to the various to the university's way of looking at how your performance is. So, as a leader for an organization, this is where maybe we can tie to some of what Dr. Haryati mentioned just now. The empathy is necessary. The fact that you can work from home to do things, and the fact that if you need to delay certain work because it is beyond your control. So, for example, with research projects, I know that a number of extension in terms of time has been given to a lot of researchers because of the fact you just can't complete certain work. Certain work that you can do online, maybe you have the equipment online, but your beneficiaries or your respondents may not have the capacity to link up with you. I've got to work with groups in Sabah and Sarawak, and our respondents or the beneficiaries of programs could only get the internet connection when they have to go by the river in order to get the connection. I mean, these are the reality of the situation. So leaders will have to empathize with this, not just sympathize here, empathize with it, because it is necessary for them to provide ways, whether it's connectivity, whether it is time, whether it is even moral support, whatever that is necessary for, in this case, specifically more towards lecturers. Dr. Jasni, if you don't mind, can I address a little bit of the first question that was given to Prof. Datuk tadi tu.
Please. Yes.
Just I'll take a couple minutes. I've had to live with KPIs for a long time until quite recently, which I'm still living with it, but it is not as bad as it was before because I'm no longer holding a formal position. Okay, so to me, I think KPIs are guidelines. To some extent, it is necessary to have a certain guidelines for the overall organization. However, I think there is a need to balance it with the needs of the researchers. We know some are good in producing papers, some are good in producing books, some are good in producing, for example, policy papers. So I think there is a need to balance between all this to work on the strength of our researchers. And then the organization will have to figure out a way, because maybe within, say, for example, the sciences and the social sciences, there are strength in both, and to reach a certain KPI, and that is not because of something that we want, but that is because it is given to us by the higher authority through the ministry, and also it linked up to the various ranking scale that is being used. So understanding the reality of that, there is a need to balance the strength of each other in trying to have this. So as a guideline is okay, but when you put it as a compliance form of a thing, then people are working to reach it, but it is not with it's only maybe with their mind, but it is not together with their heart. So this is something which is problematic in the long run, because people's interests will not be at the right place. So just some remarks to share with you on that.
Sure. So perhaps I guess you say that in drawing out these guidelines, which we call KPI, if you will, the leaders should actually engage with his subordinates, his or her subordinates, to determine what exactly the person would like to invest in based on his or her expertise. Right. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. All right. Can I go to a third question? This is to Dr. Hari, actually. I noticed you mentioned just now the first part of your talk, which I think kind of like, to me at least, it speaks of why we need the empathy thing, i.e. the issue of having different perspectives. Yeah. The thing is this. Well, I agree. I definitely agree with this concept of different perspectives, and it certainly, to some extent, has been perhaps put on in the form of philosophy of postmodernism, even. All right, and technically, I think one cannot deny it. The only difference is whether such a philosophy is acceptable on a grander scale. But my curiosity is about this: when we have these different perspectives, and if we think that they are all equally privileged, none is more privileged of another, do they converge, or should they converge? Because at the end, in an organization, we got a job to do. So if we have different perspectives of things, how do we go about?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, thank you, Jasny, for that question. And when we talk about having different perspectives, it does not mean that all perspectives, how do I say this? All perspectives will be put into action. I think as an organization, communication has to take place. And then that's why I think, if the top management feels that, this particular policy or framework needs to be implemented, but people from the grassroots level does not feel that it's time for them yet. They're not ready yet to do it. We need to actually sit down and identify the reasons why they feel that it's not ready yet. But the top management also needs to actually make a case for the reasons why they need to be implemented. So I think the way that communication takes place is super important. I deal with patients and doctors, in trying to say, for instance, we've just celebrated World Diabetes Days, all right? And doctors expect patients to actually adhere to treatment that's recommended. Because it's important that you take care of your HbA1c level. One of the reasons why research has indicated the reason why there is a non-adherence, a high non-adherence among patients with diabetes is because patients perceive diabetes in a different way compared to how doctors or medical professionals see diabetes. So they need to actually be able to listen to how both sides, perceive diabetes and then provide the right psychoeducation to correct information, to provide or highlight the evidence behind a certain recommendation, for instance. Yeah, but unless you listen to what others have to say, you will not have that buy-in. You know, people will not feel that, hey, you tak dengar pun apa kita masalah kita, and you think that we can do this. You know, so they may not be right, but it's their perception.
Right.
So we don't want to add to that perception that they're not being listened to. So I think providing that safe space for that conversation, communication to take place is very important, so that we're able to identify the pros and cons of adapting or adopting a new policy, for instance, and then together make a decision about what's important for the group or for the organization. You know, there's a technique called motivational interviewing, for instance. Yeah, we train people to resolve conflicts, to address resistance. But by looking at how we can come to a point where they are able to prioritize things that they need to do. And I know that the organizations introduce methods such as the Moscow method, for instance, the must do, could do, ought to do, and nice to have, but there's no need to do. So some people feel that, the sexy things need to be implemented immediately, but together, if you listen to, the different perspectives, then you can together prioritize what needs to be done, So yeah. So I think that's what perception or perspective taking is all about, to build that trust, to build that, to be able to come to a certain agreement about what needs to be done, to move forward. Sorry, yes.
But I was wondering, would you say that to begin with, in that conversation between these two parties, for example, there must be some fundamental structure they have to agree upon in order to discuss to begin with? Would you say that?
Yeah, I think Dr. Rashid, I think Prof. Rashila has actually highlighted something very important. Or was it the previous session? You need to be able to communicate transparently about what the things that you need to be, you're planning to do. I think you cannot take your staff by surprise and just say that, okay, this needs to be done. I'm listening to you, but at the end of the day, I'm providing you a space to talk about, but I'm not listening to what you have to say. So there's a difference there. So engagement in communication is a two-way communication at the end of the day. And it is a cliche, but unless you understand thoroughly that perspective, the resources they think they have, the constraints they think that they have, and then you prioritize, I think can be done. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's great. All right. Before I take on any,
I also want. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry,
yeah, maybe I would also like to highlight a little bit about the first question that you asked, Prof. Dato, just now about the KPIs. Because I think it's super important. I think if you speak to a lot of people, that's usually a topic of conversation that does not bring well-being to many staff. All right, I'm not saying to all. All right, but I think how it started off was something that, if we could reflect back, was not the most effective way. I was in the university, and when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy dean. And I remember a staff of mine came up to me and said, "Hari, you're now on the other side. You're no longer with the people at the grassroots level, because you're telling us what to do, the KPIs that we need to achieve." But the thing is, again, I think, but I listened to what they have to say because I was in that position before. All right, but now I also represent the university in ensuring that the vision and these things are achieved. But what I wanted to say was how we delivered the message of KPIs is something that if we could have improved it, I would have done things differently. Again, I felt that KPIs, when I speak to people who are in the industry, it's actually about the way of empowering people. It's about saying that you have this capacity, we've hired you with all these capabilities, all these abilities to do things. Let's talk about how do you think you can contribute to the university, given your job description? Or how do you think you can actually contribute to the vision of the university? In what ways? How much do you think you can actually invest your effort in? It's not just about numbers to achieve. One of my challenges was, as a psychologist, the research that we do is different from people who are in the science field. We're expected to do randomized controlled trials on a certain intervention. It takes time. You know, you can't expect to produce 10 papers from a randomized control trial asking people how they feel, whether they are depressed in the first place, you know, vulnerable groups of people. So I think those things are need to be taken into account when we empower our staff to be able to achieve and make them feel that this is a decision that they've made together with the organization, with the university, to achieve kesejahteraan.
Actually, I definitely will agree with you that if you put it that way, that KPIs should be a contract where you know, it involves a discussion between the bosses and the employer and the employee. Because yeah, you're so right. I will agree with you. Definitely, the industry things are done differently. Because I was lucky to be affiliated to industry for almost 3 years, and KPIs is normally something that you have to agree upon between the employer and the employee based on what you're good at and all that, how it fits into the project. Yeah. But just to play the devil's advocate a little bit, perhaps this question I can throw to all the three speakers. When we talk about KPIs, and you know, there is this slightly, I would say, negative perspective of you know, having to do something that is being, you know, you're told to do, and there are ways of measuring this, and we don't like it, kind of thing, because you know, there's something in us that says that we are good at this and so forth. But what about the fact that, you know, as Muslims, we are told to pray 5 times a day. You don't pray, you're going to have a lot of problems later on. And there is a measure that eat 5 times a day, nothing less. You know, what about those kind of things? Or you have to fast in the month of Ramadan. I mean, I'm just curious, how do we go about with this? Because it's like suddenly you don't have a say here. You got to do it. How do we go about with this as parents, for example? Or as leaders in an organization where we say there are things that we have to do. What would you think? What would you say? Are these not KPIs? Anyone? Any of the speakers?
At this point, actually, in terms of basic duties and basic duties that somebody has to do in a particular organization is well known to the employer and the employee. I don't think that should be an issue at all. It is the extra bit that is inherent in this KPI thing, that 2 or 3% must fail. That is something that I cannot accept. You know, how can you KPI everybody pass one? Only 3% can belong to this category, top one, and 2% must be rotten apple. That kind of principle and formula is wrong. I once said, I challenged it even during my active time, that if you go to NASA laboratory, all the top scientists, some are Nobel Prize winners, which one do you fail? You apply the KPI, you have to fail a few of them. I don't think that concept is applicable, meaning that it has to be measured with what is actually happening. Again, back to my old assertion that 95% of these people whom you employ would do their job, would be able to do their job, which they understood that they have to be done, and that is given as a responsibility. Only 5% will be going around not doing the things or not up to the standard. So have a tool and mechanism to identify those, and also those who are actually super performers. And that will cut a lot of time and papers and attention to this big sector, which is not really relevant or necessary. That is my point.
Yeah, okay.
So I agree with our other two speakers, very eminent statement, saying that it has to be customized, as it were. I'm using my own. It has to be customized. It may be a bit difficult, but that is the best way and the fairest way. It has to be a contract. The fellow has to understand what responsibility is expected out of him or her. And if that's done, that's fine.
That's fair. So I like the idea that there's some basic fundamental things that we have to do that is not to be questioned. I like that fact. But yeah, so can we say that perhaps, trying to tie that together with the idea of contract and the person's expertise, can we for example think about, let's say if a person needs to publish because he's a researcher, as a lecturer we also researchers, perhaps, given the fact that he is a better teacher than he is a researcher, maybe he can publish less. I think.
Exactly. That has been entertained. That idea, that formula has been entertained for a long time, and still now just being looked at and not actually implemented as a general policy. But at the in individual instances, it has been done. I know of somebody personally, I won't mention name, who was so good in teaching, so good at behavior, impeccable honesty and things, but papers not enough according to the KPI.
Okay.
And so I'm very happy that the chairman of the promotion committee, what the hell with these rules? These requirements are only meant for those whom we don't want to promote. I mean, there's a good humor, but the thing is, at individual instances, it happens that the thing is implemented. But as a general policy, no. I would have preferred it as a general policy, that there is a channel and there is that flexibility, that interchangeability. We got all these efforts, in the end, will end up promoting the organization for success.
Agreed. That's fair. That's fair. Prof. Amila, do you have anything to add to that before we go to further questions from the members of the floor?
Yeah, sure. I think it is important to bear in mind that when we become a lecturer, this is for higher education institutions. I think most of us, if not all, we take this not as a job. It is actually a vocation. It is something that is intrinsic in us because we know that there is this for me at least, it is the best way to give back. Okay, and because of that, you do know it is your responsibility in at least 3 major areas. Yeah, your research, your teaching, serving. 3 areas, and in those areas there are minimum requirements where the university need to put on you, because not just the university will put on you, but it is because it is something that you are working towards in improving yourself. So to me, we do need those minimum requirement, whatever that might be. And I think if the message, as mentioned by Dr. Had, if the message about that is given very clearly from the beginning, that these are ways to actually improve yourself as you move up the ladder, whether you are going to be, whether you go to the next post as a Prof. Madhya and then later on as professor along the way, and also as you're holding different posts, administrative posts, it is about empowerment. Then I think if the message is given properly from the very beginning and people are made known about, people get to know about it, that is important. However, if changes are made along the way, to change, for example, suddenly the KPI must be publication, God knows how many within a year, those kind of things. I think you need to give time for people to adjust to it, because it is not easy to suddenly change that way. And the problem in a lot of cases is that, this new compliance is given and you're supposed to fulfill it within a year. It doesn't make sense. You need to give the time for people to adjust. And maybe for the younger ones, when they come in the beginning, they already know of the situation, it's different.
Yes.
So a lot of times decisions are made, and if you are in the leadership position as dean or directors, you are given this. So sometimes we have to go back and argue with the higher authority to say, look, this can be done, but this is how I need to do it for my organization. So these are things that, even as leaders, you need to negotiate back and not just accept everything. So I think these are some of the things we need to keep in mind when we're dealing with our own academic community, not just the academic, the administrative community as well, because they have to do the supporting stuff and suddenly things are new.
Yeah.
And, change can be very, very unwanted by a lot of people, unless they understand why changes are necessary.
Yes, sure.
So, just some take on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take a question or comment from Dr. Kim, Dr. Par Kim Beng, is it? Yes, please. Go ahead. Can you unmute yourself, sir?
With due respect, I will allow Prof. Zul to ask his question first, and then I will then follow up later.
Okay.
Maybe he has more to reflect on.
Are you sure?
Yep. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, Tan Sri Zul, boss, you have a comment.
I just want to emphasize that I think KPI or no KPI, I think the balance is important. You know, especially when you cite the Salat as an example. If you go by KPI, all of us will just do the 4 rakaat and that's it. We can do it in 2 minutes. We can do it in 1 minute. If the numbers are important. But I think inherently this is the quality that we want to look at. And that's why I look at it, maybe the khushu', you know, is how much more concentration that you can give in your salat that makes you a better person. And that is invariably unmeasurable. You know, you cannot measure how concentrated, nobody even knows how much concentration you put in. And I guess that is the exercise. Perhaps the numbers are just the initial thing, but you want to get into. So when Rasila talks about publication, I can have 10 publications, but at the end of the day, how much of this publication translate into impact? So we talk about impact factor, which is a number. Impact is the actual essence of what we do. I think we need to go to the essence of what this is all about. What is the essence of leadership? It's just, you know, instructing people, doing the thing, but not going into the values that I think this is where we are caught at the moment in time when we look at leadership as something which is very external rather than internal. I think my take is basically it's about you as an internal person. Then only you have the quote unquote authority if you want to tell other people what to do. If you don't do it yourself, as a rector, if I don't publish, I have no right to tell my staff publish. You know, if I don't speak, I don't have the right to tell my staff go and speak. You know, because I don't demonstrate it. So I think this is where I think we need to strike a balance of what leadership is all about. And this is where I felt the ministry of way of doing things is something which is not. Well, to find a good, a better word, it does not convey the meaning, you know. It's always top down, it's never bottom up or very rarely bottom up. So we always meet their expectation, but they don't meet our expectations. And therefore, I think there's a frustration in between. And I hope this is where we can put some of understanding of what leadership is all about. Thank you. I don't know whether I'm making sense, but it strikes me as something which is thanks.
Very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, boss. So actually, despite the fact that I've been on a number of instances in argument with my boss, but I definitely agree that quality, at least my perspective, is quality outweighs quantity. That's how I would take it. All right. Can I get from Dr. Park Kim Beng, please?
Well, first of all, I've been following the seminar for 1.5 days. And although I'm not a staff of IIU, I can feel the empathy of Prof. And I'm saying this not because of trying to ingratiate myself to him. The reason why I say that is because I've been in seminars before where the rector or the chancellor or even the head of department will go missing. I'll give you an example of ASEAN, where I was the director of political and security community. When the ASEAN Regional Forum was convened in Bangkok, I have to name names, unfortunately. Saifuddin Abdullah, the foreign minister, went missing. He passed it on to, not even to KSU or to TKSU, but the head of ASEAN to speak on his behalf. As a Malaysian representing the ASEAN Secretariat, next to me was Singapore, because we go by alphabet. He was there, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Again, I'm naming names to show that I was there, not because I want to character assassinate anyone. All his staffs from the Singapore Ministry of Foreign Affairs had a screen filter, and they were very efficient in typing all the words at verbatim. And if you try to look at what the Singaporeans are typing, you cannot see a word. However, when Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan came in, he would be very friendly. He would shake your hands, he would greet you, he would pat you on your shoulder, and you feel extremely comforted by the fact that the minister would go to that extent of showing empathy. But the moment the meeting begins, when the speakers from CMLV, Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, begin to speak, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan would look down and start tapping on his WhatsApp nonstop. So that's an example of how empathy is only showed at the very front. In Japanese, you call it tatemai honne. Tatemai is when you show your best features when you are greeting someone. Selamat Hari Raya or Selamat Hari Raya, Selamat Tahun Baru Cina. By the way, it's not Selamat Tahun Baru Cina because the Chinese don't get to enjoy the lunar calendar. The Koreans also celebrate the lunar calendar, as is the case with the Vietnamese, which is known as Tet, and also people from the Chinese diaspora. So the phrase Tahun Baru Cina is actually a misnomer.
Okay.
Now, allow me to go into what the representative of Mercy Malaysia just said. I think she has made a very compelling case of what psychology is all about, showing your empathy. But we have to be very conscious of the history of psychology, because psychology began with the likes of Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, and psychology began what philosophers or academicians call ontological error, because Freud and Carl Jung both assume that there is something wrong with the human mind that cannot be eradicated. And that's how psychology developed for a while until behavioralism came into the picture in 1950s. And Talcott Parsons and the likes began using different terminology to understand the functional nature of human being. Now that leads me to a second point on KPI. KPI was introduced widely in Australia and United Kingdom in 1980s because the government in Australia and United Kingdom were not functioning according to the satisfaction of their citizens.
I'm sorry, Dr. Park, do you mind if I would suggest that you summarize it a little bit? And
I will.
Kristen, please.
Very quickly, I will.
Yeah, thanks.
So in other words, KPI has three parts. Prior to KPI, there's public administration. People were not satisfied with public administration and they went into KPI, where they measure your performance. We are now in the stage of post-KPI. So when we are using words KPI back and forth, we have to understand that we are actually being carried in a stream that actually does not belong to us. It happened in the West and it migrated into the East. And when everyone speaks English fluently, they seem as if they have latched on to something that is very fancy and fashionable. So what I'm trying to say is that do not fall into the trap of using terminology or vocabulary that seem very popular out there. Look into the history first. Otherwise, you'll be running around the circles. And that's not good because the West itself is running around the circles.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So do you have any questions? Sorry, apart from the comments, sir?
My questions would be, I apologize for my comment. And
that's not a question.
Yeah, I apologize for my comment because it seemed mildly critical of what this session is all about. And I hope that all of you can forgive me.
In response to that, not using English, daijoubu desu, nani mo nayo. And I think the main context, I think, of what you just said is about the kokoro in Japanese. So, okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Park. I think we can see actually that there's in all this, there is a very strong emphasis on the matter related to, well, perhaps we call it the heart. We have only about few minutes left. I'd like to entertain some questions, but if possible, there was a question by my boss, and I think Prof. Rashila responded to it a little bit. Perhaps if you don't terribly mind, I would just read the question by my rector. The question is very quickly. IIUM is now working on the new SDG number 18, spirituality and values. This is also the complete the dimensions of physical, intellectual, and emotional. What is your comment on this, Prof. Sheila? Can you comment on that very quickly, please, if you don't mind?
Thank you, Prof. Jasni. Yeah, I was afraid that we might not be able to answer it, so I actually answered it in the chat board already. Regardless, I believe that the proposed or the actualized SDG 18, which is based more on spirituality, the well-being, I think that is very, very important. Maybe some part of the physical, mental may have been taken care of in SDG 3, but I believe that spirituality, values definitely will provide what I call the internal barometer for a person in order to act in whichever way it might be. Just now, Prof. Tahir did mention about the individuals may have actually has a continuum of from being really good to those who are not so good. So the action of the person is actually based on a certain as I said, barometer within you that will be the gauge of in terms of the action you're taking. It is also about, as I said, localizing the SDGs to our context, because for us, spirituality is very important. Values are very important. That might not be similar in other communities, maybe. So these are the things that we need to be aware of. So I actually congratulate Prof. Zol. SDG 18 is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're running short of time. If you allow me, perhaps I could ask the speakers if there's anything you want to say. 1 minute for each speaker. Dato' Tahir, Prof. Tahir, please.
The very important distinguishing feature between a robot with the best artificial intelligence and a human being is spirituality. That's it.
Thank you. That's very solid. Okay, Professor Sheila, again, if there's anything, last burning statements.
Yeah, just a quick one. First of all, thank you once again to all to the hosts, to IIUM and AKEPT for inviting me to this program. And the important thing we need to bear in mind in terms of organization, in terms of culture, in terms of leadership, I think, is to ensure that no one is to be left behind in whatever that we do. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. Last but not least, Ari.
Speak from the soul. At the end of the day, you know, that's something that we have not touched upon, but I think we all believe that that's what has driven us to be where we are right now, to organize this workshop, to start talking about the human beings first, and not just about the numbers and infrastructure and the system, but it's about the people that Allah has created to ensure that that we work towards the hereafter.
Thank you. That's wonderful. So we're basically right on time. I think honestly, the only flaw that we really have, the weakness of this entire forum is we did not have more time. I would definitely have wanted to listen more. You know, when Dr. Parr was talking about Carl Jung and then Freud, I would be interested in going into details on what Popper had to say about that. But perhaps it will be something for another day. So I thank you very much, everyone. I thank you, the speakers. This is lovely. I think there's so much that we gain from this, and hopefully we can have something like this again with a longer period of time in a more relaxed manner, perhaps. Thanks, and let me pass the floor back to the master ceremony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jesney, for moderating that forum. I would like to mention a few things, perhaps, a few takeaways from that forum. Yesterday, His Excellency Pak Nadiem spoke about empowerment. And today also, Dr. Haryati highlighted this issue of empowerment. Yeah, she linked it with empathy as well. And we at IIUM has actually acknowledged empowerment as one of the guiding principles in the Sejahtera academic framework. I'm actually being paid to say this. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, if everyone can open their screens, yeah, we'll take a photo, inshallah. Three, two, one. Another time, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director of the Higher Education Leadership Academy, AKEPT. Distinguished speakers, invited participants, our audience, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I greet you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Allow me to begin with a prophetic tradition which Professor Dr. Inayah also quoted in her presentation. Ala kullukum ra'in wa kullukum mas'ulun an ra'iyatih. فالإمام الذي على الناس راع وهو مسؤول عن رعيته. والرجل راع على أهل بيته وهو مسؤول عن رعيته. والمرأة راعية على أهل بيت زوجها وولده وهي مسؤولة عنهم. وعبد الرجل راع على مال سيده وهو مسؤول عنه. ألا فكلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. Surely every one of you is a guardian or a leader and is responsible for his charges. The Imam of the people or the ruler of the people is a guardian and is responsible for his subjects. A man is the guardian of his family or household and is responsible for his subjects. A woman is the guardian for her husband's home and of his children and is responsible for them. And the slave of a man is a guardian of his master's property and is responsible for it. Surely, every one of you is a guardian or leader and responsible for his charges. This hadith reflects that each and every one of us is in fact a leader in our various capacities, and that we are accountable for ensuring the well-being of those under our care. As such, when we talk about humanizing leadership, it is a discourse that each and every one of us should be interested in. I have great pleasure now to invite Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, the Deputy Director of the Higher Education Leadership Academy, AKEPT, to present the summary of this 1.5 days international webinar on humanizing education.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and warm greetings to everyone. Honorable Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of the International Islamic University Malaysia, Honorable Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, honorable guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to all the distinguished speakers and also the participants who have been with us for the last 1.5 days to be, especially with AKEPT and UIAM, in this Humanizing Leadership webinar. Allow me to take some of your time to provide the summary of the Humanizing Leadership webinar. We started off with a very inspiring talk by His Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia. It was what I would say a very good talk, very inspiring indeed, in which focus was very much on the importance of education and also the role of leaders in making sure that the education are well delivered to the stakeholders, be it the students, community, industry, and others. What we can learn is to reflect on the importance of education, our role as academic leaders, and also institutional leaders. Education should be focusing on building and nurturing better human beings. I mean, that's the first thing that we should put, before anything else. And higher education institutions should definitely take the role in humanizing education and humanizing the leaders. Now, education system needs to move away from semi-arbitrary division and move towards a multi and transdisciplinary approach, as no job or profession requires only one discipline of knowledge. So this is the challenges that we are facing. Right? So unbundling the concept of university also includes opening up avenues for the students to learn inside and outside of the institution, moving away from the traditional classroom education, exposing them to the society and reality on the ground. The path of character development and developing a socially conscious human is by doing things, not by learning them passively from a textbook, not by learning them just by sitting in the classroom. So a lot of changes has to take place. I think this is one of the things that was highlighted by the minister, the Indonesian Minister of Education yesterday. Now, we all know education enables us to allow upward social mobility, thus functioning as a leveler of society and allowing us to address issues such as inequalities. The pandemic is a major setback. Definitely, that's how we see it, but has undeniably increased inequalities as we are moving towards digitalization of school or even higher education. Now, access to the internet for all is therefore crucial to ensure that no one is left behind. So if you listen to what the minister said yesterday, how Indonesia is actually looking into the most fundamental matter, which is the costing, the formula to make sure that everyone has the access. So this is when we call that as a leader that you need to have that human touch. You need to understand who are your stakeholders, right? And one of the things that he also mentioned, the biggest challenge in reforming education is resistance to change. If you remember the words that he used yesterday, the academics needs to lower down or set aside their ego, all right? And also it includes political resistance. People are usually becoming complacent, doing the same thing every day for years, that's making resistance to change bigger. Right? It's very, very difficult once we are used to doing things. It's for us to change. There's a lot of things that put us on hold to that. So 3 crucial elements in ensuring changes taking place are political will, policy, and people, with the people driving the changes being the most important element. A good team should consist of balance between experts and executors, as a team only consisting of experts will never get the job done, while the team with only executors will make a lot of mistakes. There's a balance between both is of utmost importance. Despite the struggles faced in this pandemic, it is actually an opportunity for youth to excel. In sailing through these difficult times, it is important, for the youth to take as much risk as early as possible. As the minister had said, risk is a necessary component for any achievement. They need to view failures positively because we, everyone, human beings, will learn most during our failures rather than success. Then it's a paradigm shift. If you look at the culture in Malaysia particularly, failure is like a no-no. Once people make mistakes, we look at it as you're not a successful person. So a shift of paradigm, all right? There must be that human, positive, proactive looking that needs to be embedded. So, and another thing that he also touched upon is the only way to get better at something is to learn what you do. And this is when he said, as parents, some can agree, some can disagree, right? We may not be the best career advisor, right? So in putting on top of that, what he's trying to say, in humanizing leadership, you need to be able to understand the people. We need to be able to understand the youth. There is that generation gap. There needs to be trust, what we can set upon to allow them to actually grow. So building enough self-awareness and constantly challenge the opinion or others' opinion, is important, right? And he also emphasized that we cannot be too hung up or too possessive of a certain principle and refuse to change, right? Because change is a must. Things change. 20 years down the road, we never had internet. Now we have the internet. 20 years down the road or 10 years down the road, there was no social media. Now we have social media. So when we have social media, how do we address that? How do we adapt that? All right? And how do we make humans to be even better alongside with whatever changes that come? Now, the next forum discusses on the sustainability and inclusivity on how leaders should propagate sustainability and inclusivity in organization for sustainable society. Here, humanizing leadership needs to be viewed from the lenses of multiple intelligence, which include spiritual intelligence, civilizational intelligence, cultural intelligence, and emotional intelligence. We need to humanize leaders to change and address the real big issues humanity is facing. What quality of leadership we need from the graduates, and of course our own leaders in the institution, the academics particularly, is a question that should be asked when we want to produce the new graduates, right? Because we learn best from our teachers, we learn best from our parents. So the leaders should set the path, right? And of course that upon discussing that, yesterday's afternoon session, speakers speak very much on leadership and cultural intelligence. It is to look at the role of leaders towards establishing the concept university for community. We have talked about this over and over and over again, right? The university should work or should able to help the community. Now, the speakers there speak on how humanizing leadership is about acknowledging that we are leading other human beings and not about competing on number of KPIs, but nurturing humans. Often people said, I think among me, my friends, my colleagues, or people here who say that, KPI is important, but sometimes it pushes you away because we are so hung up in achieving the success stories, but we forgot about the humanity side. Yeah. So leadership at its best is about leading community towards a better future and focusing their energies to be the best they can be and guide them in their journey. And people's highest values are typically their religious values. becoming informed in the religious aspect, we become more qualified in leading a multi-religion nation. And by all that means, it's all the good universal values that we need to look into, right? Now, the pandemic is an unprecedented crisis and a real-time global test for leaders, which puts their characteristics and leadership skills on test. Now, there are so many challenges, and during the pandemic, it's your empathy, your fact, your courtesy that is put highly at test. Humanized leaders with high cultural intelligence, which are attuned to the values, I would say good universal values, beliefs, and styles of communication of people from different cultures is therefore very crucial. Different people has different needs, different people has different issues, right? But in making sure that the organization knows how do we understand that, and to make sure that people are able to work collectively and wanting to achieve what we wanted to achieve with all the restrictions and challenges that we face. We have also looked at the importance of education, the importance of leaders having that humanizing element that focuses on sustainability and also cultural intelligence. Now, another aspect that we need to look is actually about, another aspect of humanizing leadership is actually to look about the needs to balance between men and women as leaders. All right, so we've got very renowned speakers this morning. All I would say women leaders are talking about it. And if you look traditionally, I'm saying traditionally, maybe previously, last time, many moon years ago, most leaders are always the man. However, there are movements on how important women being the leaders in organizations based on their ability and competencies that women have above the man. Right? There are certain things, certain characters, certain competencies of women, that can shape them to be very good leaders. Now, during the pandemic, we can see how women who governs the country are better managed. For example, New Zealand. Hence, we can say that pandemic also highlights the role of women as leaders and how their leadership skills are effective during crisis situation. This is attributed to them placing greater importance on interpersonal skills, such as inspiring, empowering, caring, and motivating others, sensitive to people's emotion with high empathy, collaboration and teamwork, and relationship building. Partly is because women has that nature as a mom. And when as a mom, you love to inspire your children, you love to motivate your children, you love to care for your children. So that's part of the women that, the competencies, the skills that you have that helps you to be a better leader. Now, for this reason, women as leaders are seen as transformational, relational, and collaborative leaders, right? That has those leadership skills, which essentially is values-based leadership, that one that most of us, all of us are aiming to achieve. Now, as pandemic poses a greater adverse impact on mental health for the public in general, and women particularly, it is more timely than ever that humanizing leadership should take place. Right? Today, we close the session with the topic Leadership in Sejahtera Society. The session highlights the needs for leaders to have high integrity and sound human governance and sense of empathy. Again and again, there's that word empathy to address issues and challenges during this post-pandemic, especially associated with people's health and wellness. A very comprehensive discussion on KPI towards a Sejahtera society is very much relevant. As humanized leaders, I believe, needs to look into these issues, the KPI issues, because it leads to the people's health, people's wellness, and people's mental well-being, especially those in the organization. Because while chasing the ranking, while chasing the status, or while chasing the branding of the university, making sure that we are moving, making sure that the university becomes number one, sometimes we forget about the people who are doing the work. So as leaders, what is most important is to make sure that the organization moves, and what is needed for the leaders to get the people to work in a happy mood. It's important for you to make sure that everyone goes to the institution with a smiley face and has no grouses. But that is very, very difficult to do. And what is needed for the leaders, is to lead Then when they're happy, then you'll be Sejahtera, right? So in making sure of this, perhaps what is needed is to look at how the people are being assessed, not towards the KPI, because when your KPI, there are a lot of issues. We can dwell on this for days, in fact. Okay, but we should assess them towards their competency. What is it that they're able to do? When the community of the people in the higher education institution has the respective competency and do what is required by the job description, then the amanah comes in, because you know what you're required to do, and you know whether you have or not the competencies. If you don't, then you go for the training. This will then perhaps help in building a part of the Sejahtera society. There is definitely much that can be talked about this. And on another note also, on top of the evaluation in building Sejahtera, society needs to look at the fundamentals of what the Sejahtera society upholds. The integrity about being amanah toward what's given has to be looked into as well. So ladies and gentlemen, what can we conclude during this 1.5 days webinar for you to take away, to look deep down into yourself when you go back, right? What is humanizing leadership, right? And I can say humanizing leadership is fundamental and essential in building a Sejahtera society. Go back home, look yourself as a leader, even in that small community of yours, right? What do you need to do to make sure that you have that human touch, that you're able to push your people to move using all the values, the universal good values that makes people happy, that is balanced, ethical, and promotes all the good values. So therefore, higher education, all of us, the academics, the people, the students who are here, inside the institutions plays very critical role in nurturing empathic leaders, right? People who can understand. We've heard cases just now where, people work so hard and yet they don't get promoted. People work so hard and yet they are being sidelined, So these are some of the things as leaders. We are the one who makes the system. We are the ones who set the system. It can be changed. So to do that, we need to understand the concept of humanizing, and it's a collective effort towards that. So it is a must to have quality among leaders to ensure sustainable society. Leaders in various capacities, definitely at different levels, university, policymakers, and the ministry, right, should look on how can we build this Sejahtera community? What is a fundamental root? If assessment about the KPI needs to be changed, then by all means it needs to be changed. If it is about educating or putting more values, then by all means, all right? But whatever the effort is, it should come collectively, right, to push forward the humanizing leadership agenda. So with that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us for the past 1.5 days. Over to you back, Mr. MC.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, for providing us with the summary of our international webinar on humanizing leadership. Perhaps closer back home at IIUM, what has been mentioned in the summary can be translated into practice. So leaders at all levels in IIUM should take this opportunity and make bold moves to enhance the well-being of Keluarga UIAM. While there is a tendency among us to engage in discussions, dialogues on leadership in search of perhaps a model or system that works, what is of utmost importance, in my view, is the ability of leaders to enhance the well-being of those under their care and subsequently effect change in pursuit of kesejahteraan. I now invite Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of the International Islamic University, Malaysia, to deliver the closing remarks for this webinar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulih al-Amin, Sayyidina Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Thank you, Mr. MC and moderator, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University of Malaysia, respected Associate Professor Dr. Yasrina Yahya, Deputy Director, Higher Education Leadership, AKEPT Malaysia, honorable guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon. I am both humbled and honored to be given this opportunity to say a few words in the closing remarks of this great event and webinar. I'm so nervous to a large extent to speak before the great minds and intellectual and intelligentsia of the higher education institution in Malaysia and worldwide. Nevertheless, allow me to take this opportunity to first and foremost to put on record my profound gratitude and appreciation to the Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi or the Higher Education Leadership Academy AKEPT Malaysia for the continuous fruitful collaboration with UIAM. We hope the same collaboration will continue for many years to come. We are indeed very honored to be given the trust and recognition to lead the value-based leadership competency. Basically, we are looking forward to have this series of intellectual discussion where the intellectual, the academia, the intelligentsia, the great minds of the community from across background and academic qualification and experiences will be able to speak in one platform, and that is the meaning of financial, the education inclusion, which I'm going to touch a bit in a bit. I applaud the organizer for the commitment and effort in realizing humanizing leadership through this global intellectual discourse. Indeed, in the Islamic perspective, the best among us is the best person in contributing for the benefit of humankind, the people at large. خيركم أنفعكم للناس أو كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام. The best among you is someone who can give the best to the community at large. And in order to do that, we need to understand the humanity to start off. And humanizing education is very timely and is in sync with the whole idea of contributing and serving the community the best we could. And this is the fundamental understanding before we can talk about humanizing leadership and humanizing education. We need to understand the need and the demand of the community to start off. I believe the comprehensiveness and different background of panelists for this webinar has left a fingerprint in many ways. I have heard from Professor Dr. Yasrina just now a very promising and very unlocking resolution that you can take away from this webinar. UIAM is very serious in the business to reform the education framework for a sustainable society moving forward. In fact, we don't have any other option but to talk, articulate, discuss, imprint the meaning of sustainability in all dimensions of life. I had the opportunity just now to listen to the resolution that summarized the points, the good points raised by the featured speakers. I'm impressed with the high frequency that this webinar has created and impacted. Indeed, the world, I would agree with you and other great speakers, that the world needs higher education institutions, leaders to work together and craft value-based education framework for the future. The sooner the better, of course. I may say IUM, or rather IUM unique value proposition is very close and dear to my heart. The university has produced exemplary graduates, the Khalifa or the vicegerents, who are in the position and competency to build nation globally as prescribed in our university vision and mission. Within the realm of our existence, one of the most important matters that we have to understand for the future is we must teach our children the knowledge to understand and appreciate the real life situation, sneak peek into the reality, and to take into account the reality check. The uncertainty of current scenario, or given the uncertainty of current scenario, the state of health and wealth of the nation and other global issues we are facing, higher education institution must and should play a vital role in shaping the future generation, addressing the issue of health, mentally or physically, and wealth, mentally or physically to some extent. University must be made into a conduit of character building in a manner that will reflect upon us the kind of citizen we would like to have in the future. The journey starts from the university to produce the future citizens of the world. I'm proud to say IUM has contributed to producing a number of leaders out there in the world. The same credits goes to other Malaysian higher education institutions, while some have become ministers, deputy ministers, judges, some have become president and CEO or CFO of many good and great companies around the globe. On the same point, some have done their job very well, willing and very keen to contribute to solve the problem in the society. Of course, in their own way. Thus, a higher education institution must produce graduates with soul. Of course, sometimes we see into the eyes of our student. I could be wrong. I wish I'm wrong. We can see into them very much soulless student walking around the campus without having any soul. And the first challenge and the first task we need to do is to bring back the soul to the body of our student, so they become soul-loaded kind of personality rather than a soulless or soulless student working in the campus. With that, they can become a balanced person that would become the agent of change that Dr. Yasina has mentioned just now, the need to change the society. And education is the only institution and vehicle to transform the change agenda in the society. I'm sure we are now more than capable to practice Sejahtera leadership. I believe that Sejahtera leadership will require both software and hardware in our journey to nurture and develop a holistic leader who is relevant, trendy, and fashionable. I would also like to believe that Sejahtera leadership would demand and warrant everything we have, the best that we have, to transform from textbook and mechanical to functional and responsible template or track of education. If I were to put my own footnote to all the resolution and perhaps many discussions that have taken place thus far, I would like to emphasize on a few points, of course, briefly, as this is only the closing remark of the session. I would argue very much that we need to articulate more constantly the idea of the idea of education inclusion. In the other part of the world, in Malaysia, we talk about financial inclusion. Everyone needs to be bankable enough. Indonesia, India, China are having the same problem. They are progressing well. The same would be relevant to education inclusion. And we are fortunate because the coming of technology, smart technology, would help us achieving the education inclusion more than ever before. Because by having investment in technology, we can make education very much inclusive to everyone. We compare $1 to $1 investment in technology and in brick and mortar building and what have you, it will not be able to make education inclusive to everyone in the society. Rescaling, upscaling, basic, secondary, tertiary, all the way to the community. But with the technology, we can do it now quite handsomely. The second point I wanted to mention briefly is the need to move away from very mass kind of education, lecture, theater, forum, because people are moving toward personalized solution in their lifestyle, in the shopping, food, whatever, tourism, sport. Everything has been personalized except education. So we need to go, and human is about personalized touch for each and every student, having their own profile, their own, data from day one they come to the university all the way until they got the job, what they are supposed to get from the profile and from the data of that particular student. So perhaps this is something I cannot emphasize further. Personalized solution has been the core teaching of Islam from day one. Everyone must be taught and addressed up to his level, up to his need. Someone is very much geared towards becoming a doctor or lawyer. That should be the way, other than giving a very much general and public lecture, even in the classroom. Classroom is good, lecture is good, but it's not good enough to really impact the student moving forward. And that require profiling, training and development analysis, and so on and so forth. Alhamdulillah, thank to God, we have the technology to take care of the back end of making education a personalized solution to each and everyone, so that we are very accurate to every single student coming to our university and campus. The third point, the pinpoint, we need to really brave enough and courageous enough to compile the pinpoints affecting our university, either in Malaysia or beyond, and we need to diagnose and describe the pinpoint, and we need to predict and prescribe and monitor the solution moving forward. I'm using the words of big data and AI in my presentation because this is what the government, the developed government and nation are doing now in order to capture the pinpoint and to put the nail at the right spot to cure the pinpoint in the society. I have not seen a thorough pinpoint being done as far as higher learning institutions are concerned anywhere in the world. The fourth, demand and supply. I have heard from the resolution just now, we need to change, we need to be agile and nimble. But the first thing we need to understand, we need to take into consideration the demand and supply has been changing all the way from the first day when Adam was sent to this world. Demand and supply have changed all the way. And we need to understand that quite critically and timely for us to put the right approach of humanizing education to suit the demand and supply in the society. Demand and supply is not bad. They are part of human being, and people are motivated by demand and supply all the way. The last but not least, perhaps if you can, if we cannot do the above 4 points, if we can do the last one, will be good enough for us to connect all the dots. We have all the dots which are not connected to one another. And human being, we are connected very well. The organ, the mental, the physical, the soul, we are very much connected by the grace of the Creator, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. But when it comes to human system, we are not that connected that well. So perhaps this kind of seminar and the future seminar, we can look into the dots which are not connected, and we can expedite and the achievement or the performance of our objective, and we can target the low-hanging fruit. And I'm sure there are many unconnected dots near to us, in front of us, at the back. And our job as the thinkers and the educators is to find all these unconnected dots and to make them connected, interlinked and interconnected. I think with that, I would like to take this opportunity again on behalf of the university to thank our partner AKEPT, and also to thank all the speakers, not to mention the two ministers who have spoken in our great event. We thank them for their time and generosity and willingness to share their insight and perspective. I would like to thank all the great professors, great minds, great scholars, and all the moderators and the participants. I'm sure this event has left behind many good lessons and have impacted you in one way or another. Let us be human in our understanding, let us be human in our delivery channel, and let us be human in analyzing the impact of our job. And with that, I would like to thank everyone again. I would like to end my speech and hope we can meet again in one way or another in the future. I wish you everyone all the best, and we hope everyone has benefited a lot. And from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the university, we look forward to welcoming you again in many other interesting forum like this in the future. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, for that closing remarks. Allow me to quote actually my colleague who's in the office with me. She said, because Tan Sri was mentioning about connecting the dots. So she said that actually we should connect the dots under the spiritual Milky Way, in reference to what our rector has actually mentioned also yesterday. With that, we come to the end of this webinar, which was organized by the International Islamic University, Malaysia, in partnership with the Higher Education Leadership Academy, AKEPT. In particular, allow me to thank the Office for Strategy and Institutional Change, OSIC, and also the Office of Knowledge for Change and Advancement, KCA, and also the technical team who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. I would also like to apologize for all of my shortcomings in hosting this webinar. Before we all leave this webinar, perhaps everyone can switch on their cameras so that we may take a photo. At the count of 1, 2, and 3.
Nur Azian is not there.
Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1 means on the other side, is it?
There's another page as well, Tamsi. So, okay, one more round.
Azian is coming on. Well, hold on. The camera is
okay. Yes, her camera is rotating. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. The second page, Dr. Emilia. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much, everyone. And as the President mentioned just now, we hope that we can meet you again in other events and other programs organized by the university. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for making this international webinar on humanizing leadership a success. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Alaikum. Thank you to Adli. He's the only man in the room for your information, and he survived it. So congratulations. Thank you, everybody. Assalamu alaikum and take care.